Just do it! Don't let your dreams be dreams. Yesterday, you said tomorrow. So just do it! Make your dreams come true! Just do it! Some people dream of success while you're gonna wake up and work hard at it. Nothing is impossible. You should get to the point where anyone else would quit, and you're not gonna stop there. No, what are you waiting for? Do it! Just do it! Yes, you can!
ShireDude.com.
We will defend these police officers.
Listen to police officers' commands, listen to what we tell you, and just stop. The nation needs to realize that when we tell you to do something, do it. And if you're wrong, you're wrong. If you're right, then the courts will figure it out.
We don't get to take the law, we enforce it. But at the end of the day, each and every man can go home safe. Sometimes the use of force is necessary. You need to comply with the police officer the way the system was meant to be. Comply with the orders of police officers. Resisting arrest is a real and dangerous crime.
Nonpartisan liberty for all. I am your host, Dave Bourne. I know we said we were going to start at a little early today at 6:38, but I had some technical issues, which I should not have, as I pretty much have my settings saved. And since this new fucking Spreaker thing, they have a new, I guess, a studio that now you're forced to use. And I don't know if that fucked me up or what. But anyway, hopefully I'll have things figured out. And really it's just the Skype, because we have as a guest co-host today, Shire Dude, coming directly from the Shire. We'll play his intro.
ShireDude.com.
There you go. And you can check him out at ShireDude.com. Are you there?
Yeah, man. How's it going?
Good. Sitting here live in Las Vegas. I know you're there in the Shire, which for those who don't know is New Hampshire, which I don't know. I'm not as fond as New Hampshire anymore, even though I used to live like pretty close to it. But some people in New Hampshire piss me off sometimes. But anyway, there's of course a lot of good people in New Hampshire as well. So I don't want to insult the good people in New Hampshire just because there's a couple bad apples. And actually, that is the reality.
It's the topic of today, right?
It's not the police. It's the actually, there is bad apples. I don't know what the fuck I just did to my backup recording device. Oh, I paused it. Oops.
Hey, you were talking about those technical issues earlier. You sounded a lot better. I don't know, since you started recording. So
yeah, you know what? I think it is. I think it has to do with their fucking studio, and now I can't unpause my my thing here. My backup is like all fucked up. So hopefully the original will come through pretty good. So you know what? And we'll just do this on air. If I turn these down, tell me if it affects anything.
Yeah, it makes it terrible.
Okay. So yeah, I did have to do something that I never had to do before. So that's kind of weird. And I actually forgot to while we were messing with those issues, I forgot to change the SIM card in my phone, because we do take calls here, and we're dealing with, I guess, a touchy subject, if you want to call it that. So I will make sure that people can call in, although I probably haven't gotten a call in like a couple of weeks. But thank you for tuning in. We're on weeknights, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at 7 o'clock Pacific, 10 o'clock Eastern, And you can listen on Spreaker.com and nonpartisanlibertyforall.com. We promote the ideas of true freedom and liberty, meaning being able to do whatever you want as long as you respect the freedom of others and don't directly interfere with their freedom, as well as exposing government for what it is, a mafia based on extortion that rules without consent by threat of force and violence. And some people will say about our topic today that they do the same thing. I'm trying to find my SIM card while I'm doing this shit too. I'm great at multitasking, but like I'm not when it comes to certain things. When it comes to talking on the microphone and trying to do something else at the same time, I'm terrible at it. So I don't know what happened to my fucking little thing that had my Jesus, I'm like dropping shit. My little thing with my SIM card. I was all prepared. I've been sitting here for like an hour doing all this fucking shit, trying to prepare, and then like last minute we have issues, and at least I think I handle issues better than some other shows, but not, I'm, not Howard Stern or somebody like that. But so we'll get to phone calls after the break. I'll have to find where this fucking SIM card disappeared to. But today we're going to talk all about the Muslim religion. Is it actually a religion of violence, or is it just another religion? Because I would say that most religions are pretty fucked up, and I don't believe in organized religion. I'm not here to insult people's religions. That's their thing. As far as whatever you believe in, and as long as you don't force it on other people, then that there's no problem there. The problem a lot of times is that people do force it on other people or try to. And in the case of Islam, people will say that they force it on other people at knife point or sword point or whatever you want to call it at times. So what I really want to do, though, is give a fair representation. Yeah, definitely. Because I think what you get in the definitely in government, I call it government media because that's what it is to me, is you get their representation of what they're saying. They being Islam. You're getting their representation of what the government wants them, how they want them to represent it. And I think they want you to think that all Muslims are terrorists in a sense, to use that as a scare tactic. I mean, that's definitely, and it works. I mean, look what they did after 9/11 and turning the U.S. into a police state. I mean, I think it probably wasn't as free as some people think it was before, because I remember growing up getting harassed by the police way before 9/11. So it wasn't exactly free back then, but there's just a level of freedom. And obviously it was freer when it comes to at least the police and
air travel,
Homeland Security. Yeah. Those type of things. So I think that you have one side, you have the conservatives and the Republicans, that every Muslim is a terrorist and you have to be careful. But of course, yeah, it's not every single one of them, but they act as if it is, and that it's Islam and not the person compared to the other way around, or an interpretation. So I think what you have out there is a couple things. You have people that look at it as the religion's just evil, but and and I don't want to talk really about Catholicism. I have before, and I've never read any of the religious books, but from what I understand, the Old Testament was really fucked up and violent and all this shit. And I don't know how far the New Testament goes. I guess it's not as bad, but it's still fucked up too. So I know you can say that about other religions as well, but there's a question you'll have some people say that it's the Quran that's the problem. It's not just the reason why you have these radicals is because the religion's just bad, as opposed to, okay, there's just some crazy fucks that, go around doing this type of stuff.
Yeah. See, I'm coming at this topic from the perspective of I don't think the religion is inherently bad itself. I think that if you're a violent person and you come to this religion, then you're going to turn it into a violent religion by interpreting it in your violent way. And especially when we see an overlap of the state with the religion, once the religious leaders and the state leaders are working together, that's when you see the real violence. So that's what I've found in my research. I've done a chunk of research. I'm actually pretty proud about this topic. There's one article I'm looking at here talking about the perception versus reality of Muslim support for ISIS. Did you see this one when you were looking around?
No, I did look at some things that had mentioned that, and most people had said that, well, the majority of Muslims don't support ISIS. But the other thing is, of course, I think you're always going to have that, though, because you have so many. I mean, you have 1 billion Muslims, so the majority is never going to. Yeah, so that's the thing too. And not to, we can go back to your story. I'm sorry, I don't want to skip that, but you have like 1 billion Muslims, so. Even when you say it's only like 5% or 10% or 2%, I mean, that's still a huge amount of people that you're talking about.
Yeah, that's fair.
When you're talking about a billion, but yeah, I've heard, of course, there's a lot of Muslims that will denounce that and whatnot. Well, go ahead, and then I have a point to make about that.
Yeah. The point of this article, though, was the American perception of this Muslim support for ISIS versus the reality. So it looks like 58% of Americans believe at least half of the world's Muslims support ISIS. At least half. So that's they throw out the number 50%.
That's 500 million Muslims. Yeah,
we'd all be dead.
Well, first of all, when it comes to ISIS, I don't think the amount of actual Muslims is tiny, because I think it's a CIA fucking created group, and I think most of the people in the group aren't even fucking Muslims anyway.
They could be. We're getting to that too. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so
ISIS is definitely a creation of the United States.
Yeah. So when you have that in it too, I mean, these guys don't give a fuck. I mean, maybe you have the people at the bottom that join that may be actual jihadists, and I'll give them that. But when you're talking about the people at the top, and how big that top is, and how many people are part of this, knowing that okay, we're working with the CIA or whatnot, maybe it's a small percentage. You do have people that somehow sympathize. See, I don't get this, and I think a lot of it is bullshit. And you got to also understand that there's a certain percentage of people that are just fucking nuts. And who's to say, like, if you take the shooting in California, and tomorrow I'm going to I have a lot to say about Obama and him going after guns the way he is, where how he's totally exploiting this, and the guy didn't even buy them, and but we'll talk about that tomorrow. But as far as The shooting, whatever happened to just a nutty fucking person, though? The guy could have went crazy. I don't know. Yes, he was a Muslim, and I don't believe, first of all, anything that government media says anyway. So I don't know.
And wasn't he also outed as like a government employee? He worked for some sort of.
Well, yeah, the place that he worked at, I believe, was a government. I mean, I think it was more like a post office type job. Like when you think of government jobs,
some paper pusher.
Like I don't think it was like something. But I definitely think the FBI's in that, because we have evidence of all these articles, and Judge Napolitano did a story on it as well. But there's tons of articles where I talk about this all the time, where the FBI will find some idiot on the internet, give them all the stuff, give them guns, give them, usually not guns, but they'll give them fake bombs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They just won't let it happen. But I think this time...
Or they'll give them plans. They'll give them plans to construct a weapon that's fake. Like there was this one FBI plot. They were going to make a gun, an X-ray gun, to shoot X-rays at this guy, and that just doesn't exist. And
obviously, they're dealing with a fucking idiot. That's what I mean. I mean, they're targeting stupid people on purpose, because if they're talking about a guy who believes in like a ray gun and shit, like Star Trek, oh really? Like he must be an idiot. So they use it to just say, oh look, we're stopping terrorism. I mean, there was some fucking ridiculous number of attacks that they have stopped. And it's just like the gun number. They said there was 355 mass shootings this year. Okay, yeah, 355. But we just didn't hear about, maybe like 350 of them.
Right.
So, and that's another thing I'll talk about tomorrow. But, the distortion of it is crazy. But they have to justify their job, keep people in fear at the same time. I think, though, and this is where I'm unsure, and we have a lot of things to talk about. So, we'll kind of be all around this issue, but with the religion of Islam and into different topics. So I think it should be a really interesting show. And I did just find the SIM card. So if you'd like to call in, you can call in at 702-470-7664. That's 702-470-7664. Or you can Skype in, hopefully, because I can merge calls. I don't know why they say on Free Talk Live that they can't take two calls at once, because you can merge calls. You're just on the same like fader on the mixer, but you can merge calls. So I don't know.
I'd imagine Ian just doesn't like to.
Well, probably because of that reason, because you can't split. Like I can't have you on one and somebody else on another fader or whatever you want to call it, like bus in the mixer. So you can't do that unless you're running two computers. And running probably two Skypes, but for a call for 10 minutes, it's fine. So you can Skype in. Nonpartisan Liberty for All is the name. It's all one word, and you can get all that information at nonpartisanlibertyforall.com. But so one of the things and one of the guys that I got a lot of clips from, and who really is interesting to me, because I kind of agree with them, but not totally, is Sam Harris. I don't know if you read anything about Sam Harris.
No.
He's a quote-unquote expert on religions. He's an atheist. He bashed Christians as well, so it's not like he just attacks Islam. But he's one of those guys who says, no, it's the religion that in the book of the Quran, it says a lot of things that cause people to do some of these things. Now, one of the things, and I don't know if this is in the Quran or not, I don't know where they get it from, but this whole fucking 72 virgins in paradise, that when people believe that is very dangerous, because they have I mean, personally, I'm not scared to die, but I don't want to die. I'm not gonna go, but I've never been scared to die. I'm like, well, if I die, then I die, and not that I want to. So don't come kill me or something. Not you. I mean, other people listening, but I'm just not, but it doesn't make me reckless because I don't want to die, so I don't want to go and do things to fuck up my life because it's not what I want. It's just, if it happens, what am I going to do? But you have people, if you believe that you're going to be in paradise with 72 virgins, why would you give a fuck? That makes for a very dangerous person. And I don't know what women get. Do they get 72 male virgins? Would they want male virgins? Would they want experienced 72 experienced men? Well, what if you're gay? Well, I guess they are anti-gay, supposedly. I don't know if it says that in the Quran, so maybe that's why. But I was thinking that. Well, but yeah, what do the girls get? I mean, the wife died for jihad or whatever, and what is she gonna get? Is she gonna be one of the 72 of somebody else?
She gets her virginity back, maybe.
She's one of those harems or whatever for the sultans. I was listening to something and they talked about the sultans and all their harems. I mean, that exists in life, actually.
Yeah.
Like, you have the king of Saudi Arabia, or there's like 50 princes or something. Maybe not that many, but there's a lot because they fuck all these women, and they live like that in reality.
Well, some of the polyamorous activists in Manchester live like that.
I don't know about 72, but these guys are billionaires. But they're not billionaires. But these guys are billionaires because they're sitting on all the oil money, and they're like a prince or the king or whatever. And maybe they're not virgins, but really, who cares at that point?
Those chicks are probably getting looked after, though. It's kind of like a perverse jobs program.
Yeah. I'm sure. Well, I mean, they get food and a place to live. I mean, you got to have them healthy for sex, right? You can't just
sure
leave them there and have them die or be so out of shape. You want them in good shape too. So I'm sure, yeah, they're taken care of in that sense. But that's where I don't know where that comes from. I honestly don't. I don't know if that's in the Quran or not. I don't think it is.
I didn't get into the history of the virgins thing. I didn't really look into that one.
But that does make for a dangerous person. And what happens, I think, there's another factor. I mean, of course, there's tons. But you have some of these countries, they're not that educated. So if you notice, Muslims in America are very different for the most part, unless, we're talking about the ones that are sent here specifically to do something. But again, I think almost probably 99% of what they say they stopped and what has happened is all U.S. government. I honestly believe that, because when you look at it too, I mean, they're fighting each other. They really don't have time over something really fucking stupid. It's over. I remember I read about this, and I don't know if this came up when you were looking at stuff like the war between the Shiites and the Sunnis. And I remember reading about this a while ago, and I had totally forgot the reason. But it's that the Sunnis wanted elections for a leader, and the Shiites wanted relatives of Muhammad. That's what, from what I understand, at least I think it was from National Geographic where I got that.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's what's really cool is when you go back in history, and I'm talking like 9th century Muslims.
Yeah, I that was in the National Geographic thing I was listening to as well. So go ahead.
I'm talking about there's this paper from Oxford by Patricia Crone. Did you read that one at all?
No.
It's called Ninth Century Muslim Anarchists. And it
really?
kind of blew my mind a little bit. Yeah.
I've kind of heard that too, to an extent, but go ahead.
Yeah, you have well, first you have to the paper looks at like the Western premises of anarchy, like where Western ideology arrives at anarchy. And you have early Greek philosophers, and they saw the state and society as kind of like two sides of the same coin, where if you remove one of those, the other one cannot exist. But then you have the Stoics, and they argued natural law was superior to a state, and so a society based on natural laws could exist without the state, without coercion, right? And then a very different view of that is the Muslim premises, where their God is their king. And then they have what's called an imam, and I'm going to mispronounce half of what I say.
Those are like the equivalent, I guess, of the priest or
it's
whatever.
Kind of like a community leader.
Sort of like that. Like they run the mosque and stuff and do other things too. But I guess it would be sort of like the equivalent of a priest.
Yeah. So the very important point to that is the imam cannot be a king. He's essentially got to follow God's direct orders, and if he's not devout enough, they will like get rid of him. And so that's already like an anarchistic tendency that they have. And so so you have I'm going to mispronounce.
You're talking about the imams from back then, right? Not
9th century
because now they're considered like the guys who run, like the priests that or whatever pastors that run the mosque. But back then, I don't know how they,
Back then, you have kind of it's more of a pure thing because you got to think these early Muslims they came essentially from anarchy. Before religion, they were essentially pagan anarchists, and then the religion kind of formalized their society, and it essentially their religion was kind of a government, but not really, because for instance, you have the Quran saying there shall be no compulsion in the religion. That's verse 256. So you can't force someone to follow this religion. Like it says so in the Quran, and
but
and
that
so
it gets ignored, and I don't know. This is one other thing, and it's the same thing in the Bible. You have things, passages or sections that contradict each other, like all over the place. So it could say that there, then someplace else it could say something that totally contradicts what it says there. I don't know because I've never read the Quran and even if I read it once, I mean, it's not like I'm going to remember all that stuff. But
you'll have Muslims today throwing that out like it's the book of Leviticus, like it's shellfish to them, but hey, if you're going to be totally devout, you got to follow that one, right?
But I do know that from all of the things that I mean, from every side, from people that are being, in the middle or one side or the other. Well, not so much from, I think, Muslims that are practicing Muslims might not admit this, but maybe they will. And I think maybe they have, is that it does contradict itself in many places, just like the Bible does. And again, I've never read the Bible neither. I wasn't brought up with any religion at all. And I don't believe in organized religion. I totally rejected anybody trying to push any religion or ideas on me from a very young age. I've always been independent minded, and it was, you're not going to tell me what to fucking think or to do or whatever. And I didn't have a lot of issues as far as not complying with things. It was things that I thought when I didn't agree with something, I'd stand up to it and I'd take it as far as I could take it, So I, of course, had problems with my father growing up because that doesn't, the way my father was too, who grew up, in bad parts all around Boston, the Boston area. And then he was a cab driver was not somebody, he was more of a, I guess, old school type person who, you respect his house type shit. And it wasn't, I never got grounded or anything like that. He didn't believe in that. I think my father may have been a libertarian, to be honest. He thought all drugs should be legal.
Oh, tons of people are libertarians.
He never, he never claimed a party or anything. So, I mean, he never came out and said, I'm a libertarian, but by a lot of what he said, I mean, he's not to the point that like I am at this point. I mean, he's dead now, but I mean, when he was alive, but I would say he was probably like an establishment libertarian, like somebody in the party or something. Like that's probably, like he believed in government, but probably only so much. More of a minarchist or something like that. But I never really thought about this till recently. And went back and looked at a lot of my views, and I was like, I was a total rebel my whole life. It's like, and I don't want to get into a whole thing on me, but sorry. So you were saying with about the anarchism, and then about that passage, and how even though yes, it says that in that passage, it might contradict it someplace else in the.
So essentially, their imam, they kept having this community leader, and they had a relatively small community, obviously, when the religion was starting. And then you get the rise of this sect of Islam called Mutazilites.
They
I'm probably
had.
Pronouncing that.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but if I don't know if you heard this, and again, this is from National Geographic,
sure.
But I would look at them as somewhat credible. I mean, they leave out some stuff, of course, to be politically correct, I think. But they said that at some point, Muhammad had like 10 followers. It was, I mean,
oh yeah,
you look at Muhammad, and to go from 10 followers to 1 billion Muslims. Man, that's a pretty big feat there. Jesus couldn't do that.
That's like a rags to riches kind of thing. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it literally was, because from what I understood, and I'm sure you know this too, that Muhammad was a prophet, but he was a human. He wasn't a god.
Yeah.
And I guess there was one miracle or something at the end, like he got sucked into heaven or something. I don't know. There was something like that I remember hearing, but yeah, he wasn't like Jesus to the Catholics. And I also found out, I didn't realize this, that Jesus is mentioned 93 times in the Quran, and that they recognize,
they really like Jesus.
Yeah, they recognize Jesus, even though they fought a bunch of wars, and we could talk about that a little later. But
there's like a whole chapter on Mary in the Quran. They loved Jesus and Mary, that whole story.
Yeah, they just
thought he was a prophet and not divine.
Yeah, exactly. So even Abraham, who plays a big part, he was the one who built whatever it was in Mecca. That it was, again, this is according to National Geographic, but he had built the original whatever. They had a name for it, and he had built it, and he had went to Mecca. I guess there's different versions where, or it might be that the Bible recognizes Abraham as well, but says this, and then the Quran says this. People don't want to recognize this, but Judaism, Catholicism, and Islam are all pretty similar for the most part in a lot of areas. Yeah, they build
off of each other over time.
Pretty much, because you have, Judaism, it was the first religion, and I think that's why, to be honest, they seem to be more, and I don't want to insult anybody with this, but and I'm technically, if you call Judaism a race, I guess I'm half Jewish. I guess when it comes to if somebody wanted to kill the Jews, I guess that I would be counted, which is nice, even though I don't believe in the religion. But so I only get counted for the good parts, and I didn't even have the stereotype. Like my father's side of the family, which was a Jewish side of the family, was the poor side. My mother's side was the side that had some money. So it was taught, and she's Catholic. So they have a stereotype that Jews are, all Jews are rich and all this fucking shit. I'm like, yeah, well, my father drove a cab. My grandfather started as a cab driver, and then had just moved up and was a manager at a cab company. Like, yeah, that's a bunch of bullshit. But they seem, the one thing with the Jews, although Islam I think is the same as well, is that Catholicism, Christianity never realized this, and this is why they had the whole fucking scandal with the little boys, was because you can't expect somebody to give up having sex, which is a natural impulse, just like eating or whatever. And they got so caught up on that, it was just crazy. And that's the one area where I thought like the Jewish religion was more not realistic, but realistic in that they knew that, hey, we aren't going to, and I don't know if this changed, but I think it was always like this, that we're not going to force people not to have sex because we know that that doesn't make sense. But somehow in Christianity, they got way caught up on sex somewhere. And I don't know if that was way later, because again, I don't know enough about I guess it was from the beginning, right? Because and like I had said to you, I don't want to get caught up in the other religions, but
Sure.
It was from the beginning, because the whole Adam and Eve story, right, it was bad because they had sex. Isn't that the story? Or no, they ate like an apple or something.
They ate the fruit from the tree they weren't supposed to, and then saw that they were naked.
Yeah, but I thought...
Yeah.
Did they... Well, in Christianity, is so caught up on sex.
Yeah.
And it seems like with Islam it is too, even though I'm pretty sure imams can get married and have kids, but they're way caught up where they want, girls covering up. And that's the one thing where in Judaism, and I just think it's because it just evolved, it's been around longer, because maybe it was like that in the beginning, I don't know. But that's the only, that's the religion that really, and I could be wrong because I didn't read whatever the Jewish book is. That's how much I know about Judaism. I know about yarmulkes and Hanukkah and shit like that. That's as far as it goes. And dreidel. There was somebody had posted a thing, that Dr. Dre dreidel.
Oh, I saw that.
That's I reposted it. It was like, that's funny. But yeah, he could probably make a lot of money off that. Although he's like a billionaire now from selling those headphones to like a big company. But
you should sell dreidel headphones.
That was the thing that I never got, and then what happened is you have people that are sexually want to repress their sexuality because they're pedophiles, and then they join the church or whatever to not have to think they're not going to have sex. And I had just seen that movie about the Boston priest, Spotlight, a couple weeks ago, so that's why that's in my head. But yeah, sorry, I don't want to totally take us off topic there. But yeah, you had talked about the anarchism, and then about that it actually says in the Quran not to force people. But then you have all of these countries, that's exactly what they're doing. Mm-hmm. So it's unfortunate that we can't talk to these people because they probably want to kill us. I'm talking about the guys that are forcing people, not, just a regular Muslim. But I'd like to ask them, where are you getting this from, where you think that it's okay. And maybe there's another passage in the Quran that says, you know, because I've heard passages about kill the infidel and all of that shit. And of course, it's promoted by the conservatives to say how bad the Quran is, that it's an evil, violent book. But it's hard to just take passages out of something, because you can do it on the other side too, like you just did, that said, you know, you can't force people into your religion.
I've got another really good example of that. We can get back to the Mutazilites, but the verse of the sword is probably the most abused passage from the Quran. It's 9:5, and it's pretty short. It's fight and slay the pagans wherever you find them, and seize them, lay siege to them, and lie in wait for them in every stratagem of war.
See, that
sounds horrifying.
Right. That's a contradiction to kind of what, you know, and that's what I mean, that you get these contradictions. And that's why I'm so against religion. Again, if that's what you're into, as long as you don't force it on anybody and start killing people, that's fine. My mother suddenly, when things got bad for her when I was in my early 20s or whatever, or maybe I was like 18, she started going to church again, and I was kind of mean and made fun of her, but that's her right to do that. And I don't hate people that are religious. I don't have a problem with it. And I don't know that I would say I'm an atheist, but I don't believe in a God anything like any of these religions do. I don't believe that there's some one man in the sky somewhere that controls everything. I believe in more in just like the fate type of thing, and how, you know, everything kind of relates, sort of, in the sense of how everything just fits. Like we have the ecosystem, or how it rains, and then the whole rain cycle that you learned in like elementary school or whatever, and you know, all of the things that happen in nature.
We can derive our morals from something other than religion.
Yeah,
certainly.
That's the whole thing, is that to me it means that, and this might insult some people, but I almost look at it, and Jefferson wrote this too. And I think, because I was thinking how much of a douchebag Obama is, but I pretty much think almost every president was a douchebag, except Jefferson, because he was married to Weezy, and he was moving on up. So he was pretty good. I thought of that this morning. I guess it didn't go over too well. Anyway, but no, I read about Jefferson, and Jefferson even said in his writings, even though, we're a Judeo-Christian nation, and most of the founders were deist.
Yeah.
So I would maybe call myself a deist, maybe, but they probably believed in an actual God, and I just, like I said, I believe something, I don't know. But he had written that religion was there, really, it was bad. It was a bad thing, because it was used to control people, and that really, I don't think he said this part, but that they can't, it's almost like you need it to be good. You can't be a good person, or you need religion to stop you from doing something. Like all the born again Christians that stop doing drugs or cheating on their wives, or they have to find religion to do that. And that's fine, I guess, but I think in a way it's just a false sense of security, and that's what people use it for.
Yeah, the Christians pretty much co-opted Alcoholics Anonymous. That whole organization is one of the steps is
I went to like 2 meetings just to check it out. Not that I was an alcoholic or anything, but it was kind of bullshit, because even in their, what they say, I know they have God in there, but not even just that, just the way that, I want to say it reminds me of almost a socialist type organization or anything.
Pretty culty, yeah.
It kind of is, though. It's like, you know, you can get help and support without, you know, the way that they kind of, I don't know. But I guess that's a whole nother topic for another show. But yeah, like you just had brought up, there's a contradiction right there. So
it's interesting because at first it does seem like a contradiction, but there's actually more to the story on the verse of the sword. And I'm getting most of this about this passage. I'm getting from, I gotta mention this book, Voluntary Islam and Other Essays.
Yeah,
You've heard of that one?
I Voluntary Islam. I know of the book, and I think they have a total bias because I've heard, and we can talk about Muslims for Liberty because I know that I know
Sure.
who wrote the book, and I know that they're part of Muslims for Liberty, and because what happens on Free Talk Live, and for those who don't know, and you should know because I've mentioned it so many damn times, and I was actually on it one day. I got to be on it for like 15 minutes. It was my 15 minutes of sort of fame. No one was probably listening. It was at the end of the show, and it was just Mark when he was on location here for a Bitcoin conference. And it totally didn't fit in. It was just like he was just trying to get me on, and it had nothing to do with Bitcoin because I don't know a lot about Bitcoin. But he just kind of asked me about my show and stuff, which was, I mean, he basically was just doing me a favor. But no, I totally forgot. Okay, yeah, the Muslims for Liberty. So on Free Talk Live, one of the members, I think he's the founder. I just totally forgot his name. Will Cully, I think is his name.
Yeah.
I've seen him on a video because I was trying to find their videos. But the ones they had, I would have had to cut up, and because I wanted to be fair to both sides of the argument. And I really think ultimately it's kind of in the middle. Ultimately I think that's where it lies. But on Free Talk Live, the only real Muslim voice. Now, if people call in, they'll take their call and they can say what they want, and it's not like they're going to stop them. But anybody who questions Islam that calls in, Ian gets a total attitude with them. Oh, do you know any Muslims? Did you read the Quran? I mean, it starts right away. But he takes Will, and I don't know him. He seems like he's a really nice guy. I don't know if you know him because I know he lives in he doesn't live in New Hampshire, does he?
He's been to Porkfest. Yeah.
Yeah, he has been to Porkfest because I seen the Porkfest video. So
they feed people at
yeah,
Porkfest.
that was the video that I had seen that they were during Ramadan. They were feeding people, and that's nice and everything. But I don't have anything against him. He seems like a nice guy. But the couple things that are issues I have is one, and this has nothing to do with him. This part of it, this is Ian, but that he only really represents that side of it. To say like, okay, well, I talked to this one Muslim who studied everything, so what he says is it, and that's what it is. And it's like, well, I could do the same thing and talk to a jihadist and say, this is how it is. So it's really like, and, it's fine because you'll see it all over government media anyway. So, like, I won't talk about things sometimes or show a side of something because if you want to see that side, go fucking watch government media. I'm about freedom and liberty. But I'm still, basing it off of freedom. But when what he does, and not Will, because he just calls in and says, his opinion on it and whatever. But what Ian will do is that's like the gospel on Islam. And he has read the Quran. But like I said, I could talk to one person who is from an Islamic country who says that no, the Quran tells me that I need to kill all Christians and and actually says the opposite. But you know what I mean? That it's not represented fairly. You're taking one person who obviously has an agenda, not that I'm faulting them for that. It's like if you're, like we believe in freedom and true freedom, not the, conservative bullshit freedom. So, yeah, we have, if we're talking about freedom or we're talking about the government, even if we don't realize it, we have an agenda. Not that it's even conscious in a conversation, or maybe agenda is not the right word, but we're going to talk about it positively. So obviously he's going to talk about it positively because he not only is a Muslim, but he converted. And that's what I don't get neither, in the sense that if you can get out of religion, because it's really hard for some people to get away from religion, and they try, and they just, some of those things, just because they're brought up with religion and they kind of try to get out of it.
Well, yeah, a lot of us are taught from an early age that if you leave your religion, you'll have a hole in your heart that can never be filled. I mean, that's what we're taught in church, in Sunday school.
Yeah, so it's hard for people. So I look at like, hey, if you were able to get away from your other religion, why the fuck would you want to join another one?
Good point.
I don't. Again, I mean, he seems like a nice guy. This is nothing personal against them or Davi Barker,
you're going to hear
who wrote the book.
Lot more. You're going to hear a lot more from Will Coley. Actually, he recently crowdfunded. He's starting up a show. It looks like on LRN.FM. So he's going to have his own slot.
Yeah, I heard
pretty
that
soon. I think Davi Barker is going to join him. It looks like. I'm looking at the crowdfunding campaign right now. And they met their goal, and they still have 14 days left. So
yeah,
that's pretty sweet. It's going to be good for like in-depth stuff. I want to hear. I definitely want to hear more. And I think, in a way, he's Will Coley and Davi Barker, who is the author of this book that I'm looking at, Voluntary Islam.
Yeah, I know.
They're like they're the experts, right, for this religion, this sort of sect of the liberty community that still believes that some good could come of this religion, of this culture. And obviously with, 1 billion people, you want something good to come from that.
Well, I don't think – well, sorry, continue. I didn't mean to interrupt. And then
sorry. This is one long run-on sentence.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
I think that you want to highlight the good, certainly. You don't want to be blind to the bad, which I think it kind of can happen.
Yeah, but, right, and that's what that's my issue.
Yeah,
because I don't believe that any religion. This is not just against Muslims. I don't believe that any religion is compatible with liberty or voluntarism. You could say you can use voluntarism only because
religion's voluntary,
right? But you still subscribe to rules and essentially have a ruler. Because
I don't know. I kind of see that as like you're living in a really strange housing authority, right? If you're living in some sort of gated community where the rules are you have to wear burqas,
right?
And you can't eat pork, then it's kind of weird. But it's still voluntary.
But you can be a voluntarist because of like to your point, but if you're saying anarchy means the absence of rulers, you have a ruler if you're part of a religion. And this is where the conflict to me arises. You
could say people who practice BDSM have rulers, right?
Well, that's totally different. That's like for fun for, an hour or whatever. Well, I just dropped something.
Different strokes, man. Different strokes.
Yeah, but that's not. That's for sexual gratification, and that's totally. And I know you're making a joke, but I think to me and I don't think they're doing it on purpose, but I look at it as I think that they're definitely biased and not giving the whole picture. So that's where I would like to read the book to look at that side as well, because that's one side of it. But it's totally one-sided, I'm sure. Because what I've heard from Will being on the show, and sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, and what I've heard from him, from Davi quotes or whatever, it's totally one-sided. It's totally biased. It's saying that Islam is compatible with liberty and all of these things. And yeah, I mean, you could, it's like a lawyer defending somebody where, or a philosophical argument where you can kind of make up anything you want. Not that I'm saying they're making it up, but the religion is based on
a religious text that is open to very wide interpretation.
Exactly. So it's like a lawyer almost, presenting a case and interpreting the law or something.
Yeah.
I mean, they're looking for, or somebody coming up with a thesis trying to relate things, where that's what they're trying to do. And I think, in a way, it's not that it's unfair. I mean, they can do whatever they want and say whatever they want, and
even if they're
fine.
being completely biased and unfair, they're building a bridge, right? They're building a bridge from us to them.
I think to say that, Islam is positive and things like that is okay. I don't. That's not really my problem with it. My problem is more that. Not that I have a problem with it, but it's the voluntary, well, not the voluntary, but the liberty and trying to, even the voluntarism, that trying to say this fits in with this. Yes, I follow all these rules that were made up by somebody else, and I have a ruler, but I can get rid of that ruler if I want to. I chose to follow this ruler. That's
interesting. Yeah,
really
it's interesting that you
is.
brought that up, that the getting rid of the ruler bit, because that actually travels all the way back to the Mutazilites that I was talking about earlier. These guys, the 9th century Muslim anarchists, and this is from the Oxford paper by Patricia Crone. These guys presented various arguments in favor of anarchy, as their community leaders, the imam, were proved they're proven to be fallible humans. Essentially, they kept turning themselves into kings.
Where does, not to interrupt, but is all that coming from? Is the source that book?
Yeah,
and I'm not saying the sources aren't. Okay, so this is a different paper. I'm asking, is it all from the Voluntary Islam book, or is
this is not the book anymore? I'm sorry.
Okay.
This is the
from the paper that you talked
the
about.
Paper,
about
the
anarchists. Okay.
Yeah. So these Mutazilites start to realize that their imams keep turning into kings by being fallible humans, and then so they'd say, well, in that case, we'd have to oust this ruler and appoint a new imam. And then some of them said, well, if we keep doing that, then we're just going to be in a constant state of civil war. Right. So the argument then reached the conclusion that in the absence of a perfect or ideal ruler, or like a true descendant of the prophet, it's better to have no ruler. So they actually came to these anarchistic conclusions almost reluctantly. Like, they wanted this ideal ruler, but they were realizing through ousting imams that they couldn't have that. So it's very interesting, and so that compared with the Western premises of anarchy, where they just kind of argued away the state. It's a really good analogy to that is the best way to get rid of communism is to let people try it. Essentially, they're going to keep failing. They're going to keep failing over and over and over again.
No, but the communism or socialism that they want here, that's different. It's the good kind. That's what they say. They say it's the good kind.
Yeah, it's it's going to fail over and over and over again.
Right.
Various economic reasons.
But I think too, and this might be why a lot of states failed. It from what I understand, I mean, it was really Europe and or Western Europe or the West, or before the U.S. though, that had the concept of the state for the most part. It seemed like places like the Middle East were more tribal.
Yeah.
And same with the U.S. I mean, before it was the Native Americans were more tribal, where, I don't know. I know they had chiefs and stuff like that, but they were, it was less, it seemed like it was less organized. So, of course, when the West came in, they're looking at places and seeing it as, well, you're behind us because we're civilized to be under a government, and to have this type of society is how it should be, and just to be able to do whatever you want and kind of travel and whatever is not civilized, or not they look down on them or something.
It's very interesting, yeah. Like the early Muslims, they actually coexisted pretty peacefully among Christians and Jews, and they each little religion had their own kind of, I want to say judicial system, but it's like vastly, it's like primitive kind of, and so they all kind of kept separate in their communities for issues of like justice, and they took care of themselves. And it's kind of like a tribalism, where you have a private sort of justice instead of justice imposed on everyone at the same level by the state. So, yeah, the farther back you go in history, the more you see that anarchy was kind of like all around them.
It's essentially what it is. I don't know that they consciously, according to that paper, I guess they kind of consciously thought of it that way, but not. It doesn't seem like in the same way that we. Yeah,
the vast majority of them probably didn't think they were anarchists. Yeah,
that they didn't sit there and think, well, we want to be free.
Mm-hmm.
And it obviously it ends up that some of the I was going to say unfreest, but that's not a word. That's not proper English. Some of the most tyrannical governments tend to be in the Middle East, in Muslim countries,
Saudi Arabia,
unfortunately.
It's worst. Yeah.
And of course, it's the U.S.'s biggest ally. On the event page, I have Bush kissing the king of Saudi Arabia. They're giving him a nice big kiss. I don't know what happened after that. They didn't show it, but
so awkward.
Yeah, it's real up. I don't know who the fuck took that pic. Maybe somebody just enlarged it, because it's like they're pretty close. Well, I guess it wouldn't matter because it's just like their heads. But yeah, I guess it could be a whole body picture, and they could have just enlarged it and took the faces there. But if anybody wants to see that, you can go to my Facebook page, Nonpartisan Liberty for All, and on the event, it actually shows the picture of Bush kissing him. Oh, not George Bush, not, if anybody was getting some other ideas there.
You mentioned Bitcoin earlier, and I don't remember in what context, but I did come across a factoid that I found really interesting. Not Bitcoin necessarily, but coinage. The first Islamic coins were actually minted because Muslims didn't want to use Rome's fiat currency. I thought that was really interesting. And I can imagine a lot of resistance whenever a new fiat currency is introduced and they're trying to impose it on somebody. I imagine there's a lot of like local resistance to that. And I thought that was pretty cool and kind of like anti-authoritarian.
Well, I know in the past, I mean, you had, of course, the Ottoman Empire. And before that, I don't know if there was a name for it, but when they had the Crusades before that, where the Islam was basically, controlling all this land or whatnot. I don't know if there was a name for if they were called some kind of empire or something, but I know then you had the Ottoman Empire, and then the fall of the Ottoman Empire, fighting the Christians. and it was, I believe, those two wars with the Christians that were the fall of the empires of Islam. Well, they call them empires. I mean, supposedly I had heard that the Ottoman Empire wasn't, they accepted Christians and Jews, but if you weren't a Christian or a Jew, they would kill you, or if you didn't convert to Islam. That's from what I understand, because it says in the Quran, I do know this, that to respect Christians and Jews, because essentially, like we said
They
at the
came
beginning,
from the
that
same
it kinda,
place, yeah.
and that's really, and again, I don't want to bring up Christianity, but just real quick, that's just it's so the Christians are so fucked up in that sense, because there's so many Christians that were anti-Jew still, and their religion came from a Jew. It's like, it's just kind of fucked up that, but
Yeah, you have so much in common. Why you're going to fight?
Well, it's not just that. It's like all the people that were founded your religion and basically, were Jewish. I mean, that's just, I don't know. But I guess in Islam, they do respect the other religions, because from what I understood, they believe in one God. I don't know, and they probably, as we were just saying, realize that it kind of built upon it to in a sense, and a lot of Islam came from Christianity and Judaism. But I don't know if there was a religion that had more than one God, or was something like the when you study ancient Greece or ancient Egypt, and they had all these gods and whatever. And if it was, because it sounded like it was more because of that, so that in the Quran that it said to, I don't know exactly how it said it, but basically to respect Christians and Jews, and obviously with ISIS, they're not doing that, at least with Christians from what I'm hearing. But of course, that's coming from conservatives that are Christian, that are talking about all the Christians that are being killed by ISIS in these countries. And that may be true, that may not be true, or it may be, higher or lower than they say. And that's where, I mean, in general, I'm very skeptical about everything. Any information, and that's why with this, it's really hard to decipher all of this and come to a conclusion. And I could read the Quran. It doesn't mean I'm going to understand it neither, because, and I don't necessarily mean understand it, but interpret it the same way that they would interpret it.
Well, yeah, there's tons of historical context that's going to go into every verse. So unless you go and become a historian, you're not going to completely understand it.
So, and I'm sure the radical, I guess, first of all, let's just go through. You do agree that, I guess, there is a radical part of Islam.
Yeah, I do agree that people are using the Quran and various teachings in Islam to justify violence. Do I think that's right? Obviously not.
Well, no, I mean, we'll get into that, but just the fact that, okay, that there is a radical, there are people that are saying that they're, were brought up with in Islam as Muslims, and they're doing radical things or have radical kind of thoughts. That
sure.
does exist.
Yeah, I mean, any religion's going to give you crazy fundamentalists.
Right. No, true.
Yeah.
And that's where, this is why I didn't want to get into the whole, other religions, because we could say the same about
Yeah, if you want to talk about other
Christianity.
religions, I got a little bit of information on these crazy Buddhist extremists called the 969
I heard
Oh
about
my
it.
gosh.
Those are people that are cutting like people's heads off or something.
in Myanmar. They're
But
killing
that's not
children.
in the name.
and-
From what I understood with that, though, that it wasn't in the name of their religion. That they just have.
They just happen to be Buddhist?
Yeah. See, no, seriously.
Wow.
I don't know. I don't know that, but that's what I had heard from, I think, an interview with Sam Harris. So there's that comes up too. So you have people that commit acts, and they're not always tied to religion. It's not, people rob banks. Is that because, that person who robbed the bank was
That's a really good
Christian?
point. If someone robbed a bank and then I told you, and that person was Muslim, would you assume that was an act of terror, or did the
No.
person just want money?
Right.
That's a really good point to make.
And a lot of people, and this is what, there was a debate that I was listening to where they were bringing that up, that if somebody's a Muslim, right away it's going to be whatever they do, they're doing in the name of the religion. And some people will, I think that, but that's not the case. There are people that do things all the time and nobody brings up their religion because they're not doing it in the name of religion. But I think if it's clear that they're, if you're yelling something about God or something, or like the abortion clinic guy who just had killed some people, that I would say that was a religious killing. He was a Christian, I believe.
Yeah, you can usually identify, like, if all of the victims are of a specific religion, then that is a religious,
Right. Well,
like
and
killing.
if somebody comes out and says it, like there was a guy who a couple of years ago, it might have been even less, in Kansas, went to a synagogue to try to kill some Jewish people, and he ended up killing people that weren't even Jewish outside of there. But he said he was a neo-Nazi and he was trying to kill Jews. So I would just based on the fact that he said that, and he went to a synagogue, that it was I don't know in what, he was more of a Nazi, so I don't know if that was, I don't know if you put that in the name of a religion on his side, but he was against a religion, and it was definitely a crime against another religion in that sense. But a lot of the stuff, and I agree with him in some areas. This is the area where it's kind of unknown, and that I think people might be a bigger percentage than people think. But so Sam Harris, and I'll play this. I'm sure you're familiar, or you might not be, but with Bill Maher and Ben Affleck and that whole thing with Sam. That was Sam Harris, where they had the argument there about Islam, and we can play that clip. We should actually take a break in a couple minutes, so we'll play that coming up. But he said 20% of Muslims, and he said he was even kind of lowering the number, but he lumped in two things. Now, he was talking about, one, people that actually go out and, suicide bombings and kill people and things like that, which I think is a small percentage. I think that might be, I don't know if I can, if I'm looking at the people that are involved with the U.S. and the CIA, and some of those people, they're not going to blow themselves up. They're doing it for money, possibly, and don't even give a fuck about religion. Who knows? Maybe it's 1 to 5%. If that 5% might be high, but I don't know. But I think the higher percentage, and this is actually backed up by, he was talking about all these Pew Research polls. And some of them are kind of scary because one thing that we can't really forget about or ignore is the fact that you can't really deny, and it's not everywhere, but I would even say here, I think making a woman wear something to cover herself up, I would look at that as disrespectful. Now, they obviously don't if they're living in the U.S. because they cannot do it. But there was an interview with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. There was a whole, just an interview. It was a HBO special about his life and how he was misunderstood. But one of the things that he did, being a good Muslim, this was part of, and obviously Kareem Abdul-Jabbar comes off like a nice guy, and he's not a terrorist, and, he doesn't have radical beliefs to force people to be Muslim, So he's just a normal guy who happens to be a Muslim. Mm-hmm. But he did treat his wife like you hear about a lot of Muslims. Now, I don't mean he raped her and beat her, but she had to be submissive and had to do certain things and had to wear the, cover up stuff, and that he like being very controlling over what they can do and that they have to be in a certain role. And I think that that's more common, and that's one of the things that I think people don't talk enough about, because they're talking more about people that are blowing things up and stuff like that. And it really, I think that's a small percentage. But of this 20%, he was also talking about people that, wouldn't kill anybody or hurt anybody, but they did believe, not like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar believed, but believed in Sharia law and believed in a lot of these things, but they wanted to act on it politically, that they didn't want to hurt anybody or kill anybody, but they did believe in a lot of these things, and that he put them into that 20%. He didn't break it up, because I think it would be, again, more a smaller, tiny percentage that actually carries these things out compared to the percentage that thinks that way. But what do you think about and it's in a lot of polls, and it's more other countries, but sometimes they'll do polls in the U.S., and they actually did. See, this doesn't mean shit, because you can't get enough people, but they, on Hannity, of course, they were going around asking Muslims, should it be illegal to draw the Prophet Muhammad? And that goes back to, I never knew why, that he had instructed people never to draw his image because he didn't want people to worship it. I didn't know that. I found that out today.
And some Muslims don't even do television because it's like a depiction of man. Like, some of them are really extreme on that topic specifically.
Yeah. But so you have this percentage that, even though they're not going to blow something up, they're not going to kill you, they're not going to do anything like that, but they have some extreme beliefs.
You see, it's
based
when
on religion.
Like, my thing is, if your extreme beliefs lead you to wear a hijab or whatever kind of cover up, or
I'm saying beyond that, that's not an extreme belief. But I'm talking about where they would like to see some Muslim laws forced on everybody, or they would once
they get their hands on the government, that's when we have the problem.
I mean, what do you think about that, as far as, do you think that's a large percentage of the Muslim population? Because according to some of these polls, depending on the country, of course, and it may be because in some of these countries, educationally, they're behind, but you have people in America too, and you have a lot of women in America. And you know what, to be honest, it kind of bothers me because in a sense, I feel like they're being disrespected. Now, they're making the choice to do that, but who knows that they don't feel pressure from their husband or whatever to do that. Or, you know, I don't know. And that makes me think of the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar situation, which is not, I wouldn't call that extreme, because it's more about how he thinks the relationship should be between him and his wife. And that has nothing really to do with anybody else. That's between him and his wife. So I wouldn't even call that detrimental to anybody else. I mean, that's what they're doing. But at the same time,
when it comes to them wielding the government as a weapon, that's where I take issue. But the same time, how many people in America who aren't Muslim believe that they can wield the weapon of government? How many people around me, how many of my neighbors believe that the government can conscript me into the military and ship me overseas to shoot people?
Christians believe all that. But that's what I'm saying. That's why, I mean, right now we're talking about, you know,
unfortunately, Islam isn't any more free from statism than I think any other religion. It's unfortunate, you know. I don't think they're necessarily more statist than other religions, and we can see in the anarchistic roots that you know, the story that I was talking about earlier, where they actually have, you know. They have that in them. It's
but I don't
there
know
in their
that you
history.
can, even if being in the history, I don't know that it means much now. And I say that because you look at what the Crusades and the fall of the Ottoman Empire and the conquistadors or whatever. I guess that the Muslims had control of Spain, and then they started a war with the Ottoman Empire, and that led to the fall of the Ottoman Empire. I don't honestly know a lot about it, so I'm just reciting what I am aware of. So you could look at a lot of stuff that happened. I mean, this is so long ago that how much does it mean now? And it can mean some things, because you could say, well, things evolve. And of course, there's things that people still do now because they did thousands of years ago, like traditions and some stupid shit, or some laws that were based on, you know, you couldn't refrigerate stuff, so they wrote in the Bible, don't eat this, or, you know, and it really had nothing to do with the fact that it was, but they were against it. It's just, it could kill you, so let's put it in here because we don't want people to do this because it could kill them.
At what point do you stop forgiving people for not having enough information about, you know, society that goes around government, that's more peaceful, that's non-coercive? You know, like, how much internet access do people need? Like you're saying,
like now, like when you think of all these people that are statists, that when does it get to a point where
there's
you
so
don't
much
have an
information
excuse that you don't have
no
an
excuse anymore,
right?
Yeah,
I mean,
Aldous, I think it was Aldous Huxley was talking about what we'll have in the future, which is what a lot of people think we have now, is a society where there's too much information. And it's like all of the anarchism and the good ideas are getting drowned out by the horrible ones or just stupid ones. You know?
I mean, that's a good point, but at the same time, it still allows people to... It like allows me to do this show and get information out, and maybe there's too many shows out there, and maybe mine is one of them. But at the same time, we're actually, you know, on the same time as right now as a prior show that you were on. So, but you know, there's always archives, so you know you can listen to both shows. But I think it's. I see what you're saying, because you have to sift through a lot of misinformation to get to But otherwise, look at it the other way. So if you go back and the information is limited, who's to say what information, how it should be filtered? Because then you're only getting, somebody has to filter through that information. So you don't want to end up with the bad information and then all the good information or stuff that actually promotes freedom gets drowned. I mean, it not drowned out, but gets filtered out. And it does. I mean, it already does on TV. So it's more the internet, but it's. I don't think it's an issue of the information not being there and the people not being able to find it. I think, and I'll just say this real quick and then we'll go to break, but I think you have a few different types of people. I mean, you have people like us that, already are aware of this stuff and whatever. You do have people that just aren't aware. And if they were, that they might change their views. And of course, those are some of the people that I'm trying to reach. And then you have like minarchists and stuff like that as well, that same thing, trying to get them to go there. But then you have people that are just too ignorant, that are just going to watch, whatever's on the
rational ignorance. People who choose ignorance.
Yeah. That they're not going to, they're actually happy being ignorant. And then you have people that are totally aware and they're against it. They're statists, but they know the other side, but they don't, they want to live in a statist society. They want the government. They believe in all this shit, even though they see the other stuff. But there are people that do subconsciously, I think, want to be controlled. And I don't think that there's anything that you can show. I think there's a certain percentage of lost people, basically, is what I'm saying. And those are the people that are, in a sense, the most dangerous, because those are the people that are going out and voting and letting the government do all these things. That's that percentage. And they want to hire that percentage, of course, by things like what they teach in schools and all of the other stuff, the bullshit on TV, what they do through the media. I mean, they had CIA infiltrating media, and this is declassified documents, like 3 or 4 years after the CIA started. I mean, so there's a lot of that propaganda that, in a sense, if you get somebody young, you might get to a point where your views might not change. I mean, I don't know, but I feel like there's a lost, some people don't feel like anybody's lost, that it's just, you got to find the right way to get to them. I don't.
Yeah, I'm kind of an optimist. I'd put myself in that vein of thinking.
I think there's people that maybe there's some way to get to them, but to take that time to figure it out, I'd rather focus on the people that are like
the low-hanging fruit.
It's like savable, like
yeah,
it's like if you're trying to save some people, okay, you could spend all your time trying to save these people, or you could save a lot more by focusing on what's more obtainable, I guess.
Constitutionalists.
Oh, geez. Yeah, I mean, those people are. I don't know, because obviously it doesn't. It's proven that it doesn't work. It's a piece of paper. So that's where, yes, if you could have a total limited government, that would be nice, and not the Constitution, because that doesn't go far enough for freedom. But it doesn't work. It's a piece of paper. Once you give somebody power over you, they're going to take more power. That's the whole issue. And I've gone to the point where I classify government in itself as evil. Government's goal, as far as I see it, is to take as much power and control over people and over society as they can from the beginning. That's what I know. People would say, well, it's to keep people safe and to do this and to do that. And I would say no, that my definition of government and its existence is for the gain of government from the beginning. So we're going to take a break. So I'll play some of those clips during the break, and I'm actually going to test how this is coming through. Hopefully it's coming through okay, and we're not having any issues with everybody out there listening. So we'll definitely play the clip I mentioned with Ben Affleck, as well as probably another clip as well. So I just said as well twice. So we'll be right back after this. nonpartisanlibertyforall.com. Check us out there. Oh, and if you'd like to call in with your thoughts, 702-470-7664. That's 702-470-7664. And you can Skype in as well, nonpartisanlibertyforall.com. It's one word, and please try to capitalize, actually, the beginning of each word, because I had some issue with another Nonpartisan Liberty for All account one time, and somebody came up on that one. But the other one's named differently, so you shouldn't have a problem. But anyway, we'll be right back after this. We're here with Shire Dude talking all about Islam and all the aspects of it. So we'll be right back.
So the other thing we want to talk about, of course, is that you and I have been trying to make the case, I think, I have anyway, that liberals need to stand up for liberal principles. This is what I said on last week's show. Obviously, I got a lot of hate for it. But all I'm saying is that liberal principles like freedom of speech, freedom to practice any religion you want without fear of violence, freedom to leave a religion, equality for women, equality for minorities, including homosexuals. These are liberal principles that liberals applaud for, but then when you say in the Muslim world this is what's lacking, then they get upset.
Yeah. Well, liberals have really failed on the topic of theocracy. They'll criticize white theocracy. They'll criticize Christians. They'll still get agitated over the abortion clinic bombing that happened in 1984. But when you want to talk about the treatment of women and homosexuals and free thinkers and public intellectuals in the Muslim world, I would argue that liberals have failed us. And the crucial point of confusion, thank you.
Thank God you're here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the crucial point of confusion is that we have been sold this meme of Islamophobia, where every criticism of the doctrine of Islam gets conflated with bigotry toward Muslims as people.
Right.
And that is it's intellectually ridiculous. Even it gets
So hold on, are
racism.
you the person who understands the officially codified doctrine of Islam? You're the interpreter of that, so you can say, well, this is...
I'm actually well educated on this topic.
I'm asking you. So you're saying if I criticize you're saying that Islamophobia is not a real thing. That if you're critical of something...
Well, it's not a real thing when we do it.
Right.
Well, no,
it really isn't.
I'm not denying that certain people are bigoted against Muslims as people. And that's a problem.
Big of you.
But
why are you so hostile about this concept?
It's gross. It's racist.
It's not. But it's so not.
It's like saying those stateless, shifty Jew.
You're not listening
Absolutely
to
not.
what we are saying.
You guys are saying if you want to be liberals, believe in liberal principles like freedom of speech, like we are endowed by our forefathers with inalienable rights, like all men are created equal.
Ben, we have to be able to criticize bad ideas. And
of course we do. No liberal doesn't want to criticize bad ideas.
But Islam at this moment is the motherlode of bad ideas.
Jesus.
So we have
That's
ideas
just a fact.
like blasphemy.
It is.
It's an ugly thing.
Apostasy.
It is
one basic liberal
let me
principle
unpack
is
it.
tolerance.
Let me unpack it.
But not for intolerance.
No, of course not. But the picture you're painting is, to some extent, true, but is hugely incomplete. It is certainly true that plenty of fanatics and jihadis are Muslim, but the people who are standing up to them, Malala, incredible Muhammad Ali Dadak in Iran, in prison for 9 years for speaking up for Christians. A friend that I had in Pakistan who was shot this year, Rashid Rahman, for defending people accused of apostasy.
Nick,
Or how about the more than a billion people who aren't fanatical, who don't punish women, who just want to go to the store,
Wait a second.
sandwiches,
Wait a
25 times a day,
second.
and
Wait a
don't do
second.
any of the things that you're saying all Muslims
Wait a
do.
second.
Stereotyping.
I'm not saying
You
all
take
Muslims
a few
do that.
bad things, and you painting the whole group religion with that. same brush.
Let's get down to who has the right answer here. A billion people, you say. All these billion people don't hold any of these...
Billion 5 or something.
Don't hold these pernicious beliefs?
No,
I would.
no, they don't.
That's just not true, Ben. That's just not true.
Can I just express how I think it breaks down in terms of
The idea,
you haven't even defined them.
you're trying to say that these few people, that's all the problem is, these few bad apples. The idea that someone should be killed if they leave the
That's
Islamic...
horrible. That should
Wait.
That
But
is
wait,
center
you're
of
saying
the
that the
fairway
idea that
Islam.
someone should be killed if they leave the Islamic religion is just a few bad apples?
the people who would actually believe and enact that you murder somebody if they leave Islam is not the majority of Muslims at all.
Okay, let me break this down for you. Okay, we have, as you say, we have 1.5, 1.6 billion Muslims. Now,
second biggest religion in the world, a quarter.
Well, Ben, let me unpack this. Let me unpack this for you.
Please do. I've been waiting.
We have
luggage has been sitting there packed
just
up.
imagine some concentric circles here. You have at the center, you have jihadists. These are people who wake up in the morning wanting to kill apostates, wanting to die trying. They believe in paradise. They believe in martyrdom. Outside of them, we have Islamists. These are people who are just as convinced of martyrdom and paradise and wanting to foist their religion on the rest of humanity, but they want to work within the system. They're not going to blow themselves up on a bus. They want to change governments. They want to use democracy against itself. Those two circles arguably are 20% of the Muslim world. Okay, this is not the fringe of the fringe.
What are you basing that research on?
A bunch of poll results that we can talk about. So to give you one point of contact, 78% of British Muslims think that the Danish cartoonist should have been prosecuted. 78%. So I'm being conservative when I roll this back to 20%. But outside of that circle, you have conservative Muslims who can honestly look at ISIS and say that does not represent us, that we're horrified by that, but they hold views about human rights and about women, about homosexuals that are deeply troubling. So these are not Islamists, they're not jihadists, but
those views are anathema to ours.
But they also keep women and homosexuals immiserated in these cultures, and we have to empower the true reformers in the Muslim world to change it. And lying about the link between doctrine and behavior is not going to do that.
The Great Divide... The Great Divide is not between Islam and the rest. It's rather between the fundamentalists and the moderates in each faith.
Okay, but we're misled to think that the fundamentalists are the fringe. Okay, we have jihadists, Islamists, and conservatives.
Well, and by the way,
it depends hundreds of millions of people fit that description.
You're saying that the strongest voices are coming from those who are jihadists and extremists,
and
that represents a bigger piece of the pie than we often think is true.
There's no question.
Okay, so having said that, and even if that is true statistically or otherwise, the key thing to recognize that I don't think is part of the argument, but I think should be, is that there are voices that are oftentimes raised in opposition to these jihadists and to these extreme acts. But guess what? They don't get covered. They don't get exposed. And they're not given the same level of platform that we see the jihadists
One reason
get.
they don't get exposed is because they're afraid to speak out. Because it's the only religion that acts like the mafia that will fucking kill you if you say the wrong thing, draw the wrong picture, or write the wrong book.
So you do have...
There's a reason why Ayaan Hirsi Ali needs bodyguards 24/7.
You do have that element of fear as well, but you also have other braver souls out there who do speak out and who who
are risking their lives to do that.
Like the Muslim clerics and others from Australia to Europe to the United States just recently publicly put their names on paper declaring their opposition to what ISIS and others are doing. There are those voices, but where was the coverage? Where was that story to sort of create a different picture?
Well, what is your solution? What is your answer? Just condemn Islam?
The solution, the solution is very much what
we've killed more Muslims than they've killed us by an awful lot. We've invaded more Muslims.
I am not for more killing.
An awful lot. Yet somehow we're exempted from these things because they're not really a reflection of what we believe in. We did it by accident. That's why we invaded exacerbated.
We're not
and put 4 million people.
We're not convincing anybody.
It's not I'm specifically telling you that I disagree with what you think.
I know, and we're obviously not convincing anybody of you.
You don't understand my argument.
Your argument is like, black people, they show each other.
That is not my argument.
No, it's not. It's based on facts. I can show you a Pew poll of Egyptians. They are not outliers in the Muslim world that say like 90% of them believe death is the appropriate response to leaving the religion. If 90% of Brazilians thought that death was the appropriate response to leaving Catholicism, you would think it was a bigger deal.
I would think it's a big deal no matter what.
Okay, but that's the fact.
But what I wouldn't do is say it's all Brazilians, or I wouldn't say, well, Ted Bundy did this. Goddamn, these gays are all trying to eat each other.
Okay, let me just give you what you want. There are hundreds of millions of Muslims who are nominal Muslims, who don't take the faith seriously, who don't want to kill apostates, who are horrified by ISIS, and we need to defend these people, prop them up, and let them reform.
Dude, you're talking ISIS couldn't fill a AA ballpark in Charleston, West Virginia, and you were making a career out of ISIS.
But no, it's not just ISIS. It's all jihadists. It's global. It's a phenomenon of global jihad.
I think that's the opposite.
There is those things. There's ISIS. There's global jihadists. The question is the degree to which you're willing to say, because I've witnessed this behavior, which we all object to on the part of these people, I'm willing to flatly condemn those of you I don't know and have never met.
No,
this is
not
based
condemning
on
people. It's ideas. You've got to make
and people who believe in those ideas.
So it's people who believe
based on reality, Ben. We're not making it up. That in the Muslim world, it is mainstream belief.
But this is such a caricature of Indonesia, of Malaysia,
okay, wait a minute.
So much of the world. And this does have the tinge a little bit of the way white racists talk about African Americans and define blacks by.
But what you're saying is because they are a minority, we shouldn't criticize.
Not that much of a minority. It's the second biggest religion in the world.
Exactly, but you're treating them like a minority. I mean, if Filipinos were capturing teenagers and sending them into white slavery, we would criticize that. We wouldn't say, well, they're
criticize
Filipinos.
the people who are doing it, not the Philippines. You know what I mean?
Well, what if the people
As a Filipino kid lives down the street from you would have nothing to do with that. So these are different things, crazy
racial
people.
stereotyping.
I think it goes.
Let's talk. We mentioned ISIS. Let's talk about that.
Islam is not a religion of peace. Anyone who still claims this in 2015 is either stupid or they're a liar. Every time I say that Islam is not a religion of peace, I get death threats from Muslims. How dare you say that Islam is violent? We're going to prove you wrong by violently killing you. At least 10 Muslim countries impose the death penalty for apostasy. They execute people for saying they're no longer Muslims. Polls show that the majority of Muslims support killing people for saying they're no longer Muslim. Executing people for not believing the same thing as you is violent and wrong. It's not peaceful.
Because it's the only religion that acts like the mafia that will kill you if you say the wrong thing, draw the wrong picture, or write the wrong book.
At least 10 Muslim countries impose the death penalty for homosexuality. They execute people for their sexual preference. Polls show that the majority of Muslims are completely intolerant of homosexuality. Executing people for being gay is violent and wrong. It's not peaceful. At least 11 Muslim countries or ruling tribes in those countries stone women to death. They stone women to death for allegedly committing adultery. Rape victims are also stoned to death. Polls show that the majority of Muslims in these countries support stoning women to death for adultery. Stoning women to death for committing adultery or being raped is violent and wrong. It's not peaceful. Whenever Muslims carry out terror attacks, they cite the Quran as justification. The Quran contains a plethora of passages that directly encourage Muslims to kill non-Muslims. I'll leave a list in the description. Note that there isn't a Quran 2, which is only read by radicals or extremists. There's only one Quran, in which acts of violence are specifically encouraged. Although a minority, a disturbing number of Muslims support terror attacks. For example, 39% in Afghanistan and 29% in Egypt. Killing innocent people in terror attacks is violent and wrong. It's not peaceful. But there's over 1 billion Muslims who would never commit terror, kill gay people, stone women to death, or execute apostates. Right, but they subscribe to a belief system which advocates all of those things and carries them out. So they have two choices. Either continue to advocate all those violent things, or acknowledge that Islam is violent and not a religion of peace, and agree that Islam is in dire need of a reformation. But most victims of terror attacks are Muslims. Right, so they have two choices. Either continue to deny that Islam is violent and keep being killed in terror attacks, or acknowledge that Islam is violent and not a religion of peace, and agree that Islam is in dire need of a reformation. Saying most victims of terror are Muslims is not an argument. But what about the Crusades?
Remember that during the Crusades and the Inquisition, people committed terrible deeds in the name of Christ.
The fact that Christians fought against Muslims in a military campaign nearly 1,000 years ago does not excuse the fact that Muslim countries in 2015 kill gay people, stone women to death, and execute Muslims who give up on the faith of Islam. Saying, but what about the Crusades, is not an argument. But what about Western foreign policy? The fact that Western military forces have launched unprovoked acts of regime change in the Middle East is terrible, and I've been a vocal critic of those wars for the entirety of my adult life. History has proven that such wars only empower violent jihadists. But that doesn't excuse Muslim countries in 2015 killing gay people, stoning women to death, and executing those who give up on the faith of Islam. Western foreign policy has had no effect on laws derived from the Quran in countries like Pakistan and Saudi Arabia, which impose the death penalty for these supposed crimes. Saying, but what about Western foreign policy, is not an argument. But what about violent passages in the Old Testament? Unlike Islamic countries, there are virtually no Christian nations besides Uganda that kill gay people, execute apostates, and stone women to death. That's because Christianity had a reformation in the 1500s, which purged it of its most intolerant and violent aspects. Islam hasn't had a reformation. That's why it's still intolerant and violent. Pointing to intolerant passages in the Old Testament, which no one has acted on for hundreds of years, is not an argument. Saying, but what about violent passages in the Old Testament, is not an argument. How do we move towards reforming Islam? Well, first, we don't shout down the voices of reform by calling them bigots, apostates, and Islamophobes. We don't automatically denounce anyone who criticises the violent and intolerant parts of the Quran as a racist. Islam is not a race. And we don't excuse or hide the fact that Islam is violent by redundantly citing an array of supposed justifications which are completely unrelated. So I welcome your comments, but here's a challenge. Try to rebut my argument without using the words bigot, racist, or Islamophobe. Try to directly address my argument without citing the Crusades, Western foreign policy, or passages in the Old Testament. Do it! Just do it! Don't let your dreams be dreams. Yesterday, you said tomorrow. So just do it! Make
ShireDude.com.
Promoting the ideas of true freedom and liberty, nonpartisan liberty for all radio with Dave Bourne.
And we are back. Didn't sound like the sound was probably my headphones. So I played a couple clips there. One I think was extreme in that it talked about radical Islam and said, you know, a lot of the things that are used, I guess, to attack Islam. Of course, one of those being like the stoning, the killing for, I guess that's not one, that's more than one, stoning and
stoning women, killing gays.
Yeah, all of that type thing. All of those type things.
Who was that guy? That guy was pretty intense. Who was
that was Paul Joseph Watson from Alex Jones.
Okay.
Yeah. But one reason I wanted to play that is because there are some points there that are true to an extent. So
Sure.
There are some countries that they do actually do these things, and that people, according to certain polls, support it. Now, how do we take that? Is that something that says, well, they're just totally misinterpreting the Quran and that's a cultural thing, or that's to say that's a cultural thing is kind of...
Oh yeah, you can't excuse those executions as cultural.
Yeah, is that more based on the country?
Yeah,
itself?
I see that as a symptom of statism, of really horrible statism. That's just completely. That's got all of these people and their, and their religions wound up in.
Some of it is not. Again, it's hard to judge it because you get people here and there that will say certain things. But there was a woman, and I have this clip as well, that was from, I can't remember, it might have been Egypt, but she would say that men would go and do these things on their own. And so if you look at it from a standpoint of whether, yes, it's legal under the government, but if there was no government, the same thing,
they'd still do it.
Exactly. So
yeah,
it's things where it's legal for them to do it. So it's almost like you could take the government out of it either way.
See, I don't know if you could take the government out of it. Because, it's like that terrible movie, The Purge. You remember that one? Where anyone could commit any crime. Yeah, it was a really terrible depiction of what they thought anarchy was, which anyone could commit any crime they wanted for 24 hours.
Yeah, I talked about that on the show, that this is how they want to represent anarchy, and they purposely named it that.
Awful.
Was...
I didn't even see it. I just knew it was awful.
I saw it. It's not necessarily an unentertaining movie, but the fact that they name it anarchy, and the premise as well, because what they're saying is that they're making a case really for the fact that, well, we need government because people are out of control. If you give people total freedom, they're going to go out and kill people. So they give them a day to kind of go out and be able to do whatever they want. And of course, they call it anarchy, meaning like, violent, crazy, total chaos type definition.
And the interesting thing behind that is what you actually have in that scenario, in a purge scenario, is all of the private institutions that would keep the peace without the state don't exist, because the state does indeed still exist. It's just sitting to the side on the sidelines for 24 hours.
Right.
So you don't have people acting, with complete freedom. You still have statists, and they're doing all these terrible things because they know they can do them with impunity. And so that's, I think, what you have in countries that are predominantly Muslim, is you have people acting, sure, they might be acting on their own, but they're doing it because they know they can act with impunity, because they know that this state is such a horrible state that they'll be able to stone women and to kill gays.
But why do they think that's okay? And that's where I said culture, and it's hard to say culture.
It's lame just to use that as an excuse, yeah.
But it seems like it almost is part of the culture that women are pieces of property, and they're brought up to believe that. And because obviously they don't do anything to change that. Now, I know some of these countries are run basically by dictators or kings or some type of government to that effect. But at the same time, like I said, most of the time it's the man doing it themselves. Other than, as opposed to the state. I guess the state does it as well. So
it's
don't get me
complicit,
wrong.
Though. It's got a level of being complicit in those acts by standing by and letting that stuff happen. I'm not saying we need a state to prevent that stuff. I'm saying that the state is preventing private security entities from existing that would otherwise stop those horrendous acts.
Yeah, but would anybody even take those jobs? And that's what I'm saying as well. That
probably the gays, right? The gays would have a security force. I'd have a queer security force.
But they might be scared to come out and even admit that. So how? And that's what I'm saying. You might be able to. Like here, yeah, I mean, that's what we would do as opposed to get rid of police and have private security that doesn't have the power of the state behind them. So they can't get away with all the shit that they get away with. But in that sense, in how it is over there, would you even have enough people that would want to stop it? And maybe you would, and it probably depends on the country as well. I think
it's a big what if. It's a big if the state didn't exist, what kind of utopia could we create? And we could really only speculate. But I'd like to think that in the absence of a state, they wouldn't be able to act like that. They wouldn't be able to stone the women and kill the gays.
But you have people here that are talking about, women are oppressed and all of this fucking shit, which I don't think women are oppressed in the United States at all. I'm sorry. There are people that are guys that are disrespectful. Definitely. There are guys, rape happens. I don't know if it's to the extent that feminists, because they're kind of saying like things are rape that I wouldn't consider rape. I mean, if you're, especially in California now, you have to get verbal.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
It's insane, right?
Like
so
every 10 minutes you got to check in.
Is it okay? Do you want me to stop now? Like you're sitting there, like
to continue, press 1.
Right? Do I stop and ask, or can I just, should I remove my tongue from? I mean, it's getting ridiculous. It really is. And don't get me wrong. When it comes to, I think rape is one of the most worst crimes there is. And I think, especially serial rapists that just grab somebody off the street, I think I don't believe in the death penalty, but they should get life in prison. They should be treated like a murderer. But to say that women are being oppressed in the U.S. and you look at what's going on in these other countries, these same people would defend Islam. So it's kind of like when it comes to some of the quote unquote progressives that they never attack Islam or you don't really have to even necessarily say Islam. I mean, you can talk about these countries themselves, but that there's a lot of women that are saying anything about that. It's okay to attack, like if they'll attack Christianity, which, you know, is fine, but it's like Muslim, you can't kind of touch that because it's it's
not politically correct.
Right. So even though, never mind the terrorism aspect, I think that in general, and you did have this issue probably with Christianity as well years ago. I mean, look what women had to go through. Not stoning and shit like that, but there were rights that they did not have that was kind of ridiculous, that they didn't have the same rights as far as voting and, you know, things of that nature, and if they want a career or not. So, I mean, not that they couldn't work, but I think if you go back probably to like the 1800s, I don't know if there was a time where women couldn't work. There might have been, but they didn't have all the same freedoms that men have. Now, at the same time, they weren't being stoned to death neither, and they could leave their husbands if they wanted to. Now, they would be probably more shamed back then, but still, I mean, they could at least do it. You know, the same way women are looked upon negatively if they have sex with a lot of people, and that's really their right to do that. But there's no comparison to what Muslim women go through in some of these countries.
Sure.
So no matter how you want to look at it, even if you take away the terrorism part of it, and that's why it does, in a sense, bother me when I see women covering up, because I think where that stems from is the disrespect and control over women. And I think it's been like that in every religion. So if you go through history, I mean, women were always thought of less than men. I mean, that's just, I think, a fact, right? And then you look at the Muslim sultans where they, you know, all these women are just like they're sex slaves, essentially. And you can find that in other religions as well. So that's not just Islam, but I can't think of, besides, you know, you did have the Salem witch trials, but they were nuts and thought they were witches. But that, I think, attributes to religion, actually. And I believe they stoned some people to death. Mm-hmm. But it wasn't because they were women. It was because they were crazy religious people who claimed they were witches. Whatever.
Yeah, I wonder how many man witches there were back then.
They called them bitches. Man witches. A man witch.
Stone the man witch.
Like a sandwich. No, but so there is something to be said about that. And the fact that the politically correct people don't really speak out about it is kind of fucked up.
Yep.
So that's one of the things that I think you really can't ignore, and that it hasn't really advanced much in some countries.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think they're still doing that crap over there?
Well,
I mean, is it because people are afraid? I mean, I know people are afraid even here to stand up against the state. Do you think it's just the same effect over there? Is it, oh, the government's doing it, that must mean it's okay?
Well,
you know?
I think, again, I think it's not just about the government. I think that's part of it, because I don't know that they do it if they didn't think they could get away with it. So you have that, but then that's just the state coming in and, you know, but as far as them doing it on their own, and I think they would do it anyway, they just, again, know they can get away with it. I I don't know. I mean, education, culture, that's the only things I guess I can think of. Or the other thing would be, well, what does the Quran say about women? And I guess the covering up thing, and this is not, this still happens in the U.S. as well. So do women in the U.S. cover up because they really want to, most of them, or do they feel pressured to? I mean, technically, yes, they can do whatever they want. They don't have to cover up, and they're not going to be stoned to death.
Hey, women in New York don't even have to have tops on.
There you go.
Being topless in New York's totally legal for women.
Well, it should be everywhere.
Yeah.
If you don't want to wear a top, then hey, maybe you gotta. Don't be too old, but no, if they want to do it, they can do it. But
sure.
But yeah, I'd hate to see like an 80-year-old woman topless, but hey, you gotta take the bad with the good, right? So hopefully she wouldn't do that to people. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, and that's why I think culturally, if that's a word, but at least from a standpoint of not having rights, I think that's culture. Now, when you get to stoning to death and there's rape that goes on, and if a woman's raped, it's like she's ruined, and there have been killings of women for being raped and things like that, and that's where it sounds like going back to the cover up. So if you believe in freedom and liberty, and you're in a group that, going back to Muslims for Liberty, why would you want your wife to cover up? I mean, I'm sure there's a reason, I guess, because that's what the religion says. But to me, I still see it as part of something that came from the lack of respect for women, or that women weren't as important as men or had the same rights, or in some countries they can't even be educated, their husband owns them. There's still that going on. Not, I think, as much as maybe it used to, but I think that because of maybe all the other things that are going on with terrorism or whatnot, that's the focus, and no one's really focusing on what other countries are doing and how they're treating women. I mean, Saudi Arabia, from what I understand, is pretty bad.
It's the worst one out there, man.
Although they did say that women will have the right to vote in 2015. For what? I thought there's like a king that basically he's a king and you get to vote for the prince of your choice.
To agree with what was chosen for you.
Yeah, I mean,
congratulations.
What is that? I mean, voting doesn't mean shit over here. Like, it's going to mean something over there. So
yeah, it's a joke.
I don't know, and that's, I guess, one of the things that, is it education? Is it that people don't have the same education? But that doesn't, I mean, it changes with Muslims over here, but only to an extent as well, I think. I mean, they're not, most American Muslims are not, well, none of them that I know of are stoning people. And I mean, you did have the shooting in California, but, again, I think that was an FBI thing anyway. But you don't have people stoning their wives. But who knows what goes on as far as the treatment of Muslim wives? Are they in America? How are they treated? Are they treated equally like women are in America? And again, if they live in America, they can just leave. but that's not in their culture neither. So how much of the culture do they adopt to the extent that they feel, okay, I have to wear this and I have to obey my husband and I have to follow all that part?
Yeah, I think a lot of people will just go with it. A lot of people just, if you're born into it, you'll just kind of go with it. And unless it's like threatening your life, you're really going to just kind of stick with it. There's got to be a really good motivator to push you out of something like that, out of essentially going against your entire culture. All your family and friends, everyone you know. That's some pretty harsh social pressure, even just in the U.S.
Well, then you have it even because see, I don't know if I'm sure there are, but the people in Muslims for Liberty, that they married people that converted to Islam or they were already, because
not all of them are fundamentalists, obviously. So I bet you there are those who aren't taking the Quran for face value.
No, but I see that they're wearing, that they're covering themselves up.
Yeah.
So I don't know what their relationship, and nobody knows what goes on when, in a relationship when people are alone. But I don't know if they converted to Islam and then said, okay, well, now I got to wear this. I have to cover myself up.
Maybe just part of the conversion, just fitting in with the other Muslims is wearing the garb.
It just, and I guess it shouldn't. It's their choice. Again, although I feel that there's some pressure on them to do that, and kind of like what you just said. But it bothers me because I do feel like it's, in a sense, part of the history of that is being disrespectful to women. So if there was something in Christianity, which I'm sure there is, but if there was something to do with clothing or something that they made
it'd be like
women...
black people in America starting to wear chains, like slave chains, as like a fashion statement or as like a in-crowd thing, like a cultural thing. Like they just kept wearing them. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like you're doing something that's displaying like the negative history of, of how the people before you were oppressed.
Exactly. And because that's why. And if there's some other reason, that somebody has, feel free to let me know. But as far as I know, that's where it came from, because they wanted women covered up. That had to do with the value of women and you can't be seen. There's there's the one that covers your whole fucking face, and that's really bad. And then, of course, if you ever wanted to like rob a bank or something, you'd be all set, right?
If you talk to some of the women wearing these, they'll say that, it keeps me modest, and modesty is just part of like my religion, is part of how I'm supposed to be in God's eyes. And so some of them are actually like coming from a place of, doing this thing is kind of like a ritualistic way of keeping faithful, keeping spiritual on a daily basis wherever I go. So it's kind of like praying to them. It's just wearing this garb. They don't think of it like, I guess they don't think of it like we think of it, and perhaps they don't even care about the historical implications.
Don't. But and I think it was also because that the husband didn't want other men to see their wife look good,
Yeah. Which is totally baffling to me. If somebody's checking out my chick, that's a compliment, sure.
But
yeah.
it's insecure. and this is very common with, I think, Christianity, obviously, as well. And I brought it up earlier about the whole, they get caught up on with sex. But I think just the culture in the U.S. is why they've gotten past that. I don't know what it's like in other Christian nations, but same thing. I mean, most of the Christian nations, not that the U.S. I'd call a Christian nation, but that have a lot of Christians in them, I think are in the West. So they, I think, just evolved past a lot of that from the culture itself. But yeah, it's I don't know, and maybe that is something, a question to ask someone in America that, a woman that does do that. But I don't, it's just hard for me to fathom. But, your point to, it's part of the religion, I guess, and part of the history, and maybe they feel obligated to follow. I don't know. I just think it bothers me.
For instance, a lot of Christians would say, "Oh yeah, the Crusades were terrible, but I'm still a Christian. I still do all this other Christian stuff." So maybe they're just putting the today's religious practices over, whatever kind of historical implications they may have, or they're just ignorant about the historical implications altogether, or rational ignorance. They kind of know about it, but don't really want to look into it.
Yeah, Yeah. Again, I guess I'd have to, but I'm not just gonna walk up to some, lady in the mall like. Make her feel uncomfortable. Like, why
they're
going
to
to
tear off her garb,
and then she has like nothing on under.
At that point, you're just as bad as somebody throwing a shirt on a topless woman. At that point, you are just as bad.
That would be fucked up. Like, women, it's just like, hey, I just throw this thing on. I got nothing on under it. And, I'm sure they probably engage in some sexy things.
Oh sure.
Like that, like, hey, why don't you put on your fucking burqa with nothing else?
Probably. There's probably a whole website dedicated to just that sort of thing.
About burqas and
burqa porn, yeah.
Burqa porn.
I wouldn't doubt it. What's that rule? If it exists in the real world and there's porn of it somewhere,
I'm sure. Fucking, I think it was actually it was Mormons, but I think after that it might have been, some of the Islamic countries that, they all love coming here and going to the strip clubs and shit. So they're. It's okay for them to be promiscuous and have as many women as they want. That's actually how it is. And that's what this woman had said in an interview, that the men can do whatever they want, but the women have to be faithful. So that, and I'll play that interview as well. That is definitely an issue, I think, that gets largely ignored. The conservatives just bring it up because, they want something to attack the progressives over and say, oh, you guys don't do this. And, they and you also have this and that you have one side say that, it's because they hate us for our freedom. First of all, we don't even have any fucking freedom. And is that what it is? is that
Not
believable?
At all, yeah.
And then on the other side you have, it's the involvement over there, which I think factors into it. Because if you're bombing fucking people, if a country's government is bombing people and they're hitting innocent people, it makes sense that they would hate them or want to get back at them or do something. You know, it makes total sense.
Yeah, you're creating terrorists at that point by
yeah.
bombing.
But
you know, the United States has been bombing how many countries? Obama's bombed, I think, like 7 countries during his time as president.
It's killing innocent people
that we know of. You know,
but I don't know if that's 100% of it, and that's where Sam Harris, who was on the Bill Maher show, it claims that is part of it, but it's more than that. Now, I don't know. I used to think that before I thought about all the bombings and all the attacks and all the innocent people that were getting killed, because I really wasn't that aware of what was going on. So I used to think, well, you know, maybe it's because whatever, the U.S. is not an Islamic country or something. I don't necessarily think that, again, that they have a lot of time to worry about other countries as much as the media, government media, wants people to think they do anyway, because they're, and this is pretty much countries that are, you know, Iraq and Iran were at war for like 10 years just over the Sunni Shiite shit. So
I mean, you want to talk about instigation? People really they just don't listen. You know, like the attack in Paris that happened recently, and I'm probably jumping ahead here. You know, France was already bombing Syria before the attack. They're already dropping bombs in Syria.
Right.
So there's provocation there. You know, that's got to be at least a part of it. But yeah, people just don't want to pay attention when their country is doing the bombing.
Yeah,
they only want to pay attention when the other guy's doing it.
But see, with that, the issue I have, of course, is that there's, well, 2 wrongs don't make a right, for one, I guess.
Exactly.
But, see, I don't blame in Iraq that you had people, of course, they called them insurgents, attacking the military. The military invaded their country, and they're
those people
sitting
are
there,
Iraqi patriots, right?
In a police state, right? I mean, never even mind that. If you have fucking tanks going through your neighborhood, patrolling, trying to
do something about it.
Control. Yeah. So the people that, you know, threw bombs at the military and things like that, how can you blame them when their country was invaded? Mm-hmm. So for something like that, see, I don't consider that terrorism at all. I consider that, so things that go on, anything that's happened to the U.S. in other countries, that's on them. That's not fucking, that's not terrorism to me at all. If you invade somebody's country, what do you expect? So anything where military barracks were bombed or things to that effect, I don't blame them. But when it comes to what you would call innocent people that have nothing to do with what the government does, that's a whole nother thing. However, I don't know who was behind the attack in France, and I still have my beliefs that if it was ISIS, then, and I talked about this on another show, that there could be other reasons behind it. What someone had said is that the president, he had about an 11% approval rate or something like that, and there's an election coming up. Well, after the attack, he's probably going to win the election now.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So,
of course.
Right. So if the U.S. is controlling ISIS, Also, I don't know where I heard this, but this is total speculation, that there were bodies that weren't originally there put in places. So, like, they had killed people that had seen things that they shouldn't have seen, and then they dumped their bodies, at one of the sites.
Wow.
The French government, I'm assuming, or maybe they,
Hey, if you're the government and you need to hide a body, hiding them in a big terror attack,
right,
would be the place to do it.
There you go. Are they going to do autopsies on all those people? It seems
granted,
like. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, you could just make them disappear, but throwing them in the terror attack,
That's pretty
especially
easy.
if you have a hand in that attack, makes it it's two birds, one stone. Gives them a convincing death story, and then it makes the attack more like, oh my gosh, what this high number of people have died.
So
beefs up the numbers.
Yeah, it does. So I and that's totally speculation, but I had heard that as well. So, in this whole thing, and I don't know what your thoughts are on false flag attacks, but let's just take for a minute when a politician exploits something. We all know, and I think you would totally agree, that never mind who did it, a politician will exploit whatever they can to push their agenda. So, like, you have Obama fucking same day talking about if you're on the terror list, if you're on the no-fly list, you shouldn't be able to buy a gun.
That's a really good Obama impression, by the way.
Is it
That's
really?
kind of scary. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
But
That's
no,
right.
he's taking an incident where a guy illegally obtains a gun.
I like your
and
Shire,
then wields it in
I think I should invite you over to the White House. I used to be into some freaky things when I was younger.
I'll bring over my homemade clock. But so you got this guy.
I like a big bong. You got an extra large bong that I can suck on? Sorry, go ahead.
You totally threw me off here. This guy in California is wielding a gun that he obtained illegally in a gun-free zone, in a state that doesn't allow him to have that gun.
Right.
In any way, shape, or form. And then he's talking about gun control as the solution. But
Right.
gun control already didn't solve that problem.
It's common sense.
Are you going to
You don't have
do
common
it twice?
sense. I mean, what the fuck is that? He always says common sense, like he's insulting everybody. Somebody must have told him that word works or something, like that.
It's one of those buzzwords, yeah.
Yeah, that if you hear him say common sense, then you're like, oh, I must not have any common sense then if I don't fucking... Yeah, I mean...
I'd say... Yeah, Obama supporters would like to think they're smarter than their opponents, and so saying that it's just common sense is like, well, yeah, but my opponents are so stupid, it gives you kind of like that rally effect.
I'm a genius. I went to Harvard. No, but he comes right out and says it right away. And yeah, I mean, to all your points, what law would have stopped that? They didn't buy them. California has strict gun laws any fucking way. It's just people are so stupid. And, I don't get these people that are against drugs, are for drugs, that, want drugs to be legal, but they're against guns. I think they go together like it doesn't make any sense. Because you have that with conservatives and, well, I don't even think really liberals are too much for drugs, except maybe marijuana, but
they're both kind of fringe. They're both kind of fringe nowadays. The conservatives who are still really pro-gun, and the liberals who are still really pro-pot or pro any kind of drugs.
But most of them aren't even on the liberal side won't say to legalize all drugs. Ron Paul, I think, is the only one who actually has come out and said that. I think he
legalize
actually
heroin.
Okay, you know what? I said that all drugs should be legal to somebody before, and they like flipped out, and they're like, "Are you crazy? Heroin should be legal." People are so I don't know what's wrong in their head that they don't realize that just because it's illegal, it doesn't stop people from doing it.
Exactly.
They
never met.
missed the point.
They've also never met the casual heroin user, because the casual heroin user isn't telling people about their heroin use.
That's right. I don't tell anybody. I keep it in the White House. Only the Secret Service knows, and they shoot up with me. They tie my arm for me. They find a vein. That's right. He almost sounds like Yogi Bear. Hey, boo boo.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, that's a very close one. I wonder if we could
Yogi.
We should have some sort of animated cartoon with Yogi Bear slowly
Yogi Bear
into
Obama. Yogi Obama.
Or they trade places for a day and nobody notices.
Hey, boo boo. I'm the president of the United States. But yeah, I'm going to get into a lot of that tomorrow and talk about gun rights, because it's getting really ridiculous. And we know why. They're arming every fucking government agency to the teeth. They're arming the police and with automatic weapons. But no,
it's such an ingrained reflex now. The after any kind of shooting event, everyone goes out and buys guns like crazy because they know that people are going to try to ban them. It's such a reflex that now we have like a second. I've done it
before too. I bought my Uzi when I thought the guns were going to be. I have a whole bunch of shit. They probably call it an arsenal, and it isn't even that many. Because to me, I look at it like when I was a kid, I collected like GI Joes. Like, people don't understand. They think if you have a bunch of guns, oh my God, you must be like a terrorist. First of all, I only have 2 fucking hands. Okay, I can only fire 1 rifle at a time, and I could fire 2 handguns. So what does it matter how many guns I have? I can't shoot them all at the same fucking time. But they don't realize that there are differences with guns. There's different calibers. There's different, you want to go and shoot this gun and it's different than this one. And they shoot further. And there's so many different aspects to a gun. It's cool to have different calibers and different kinds. And you go, I have a membership to a range, and it's fucking ridiculous. But
fear of guns is a lot like the fear of guns is a lot like the fear of Muslims. It's largely based in ignorance. And
but
I'd say it's also they're both of those fears are reliant on the state doing most of the dirty work.
I think there are some common themes there, because you do have. That was a good segue. Thank you. That was to get back to the topic. But because you do have, they definitely make it sound like it's way more worse than it is. And there are a lot of terrorist attacks in the Middle East, but they're like hurting each other. It's Muslims against Muslims. That's the biggest amount. I mean, there are a lot of terrorist attacks, but the majority of them are Muslim on Muslim, that they're fighting each other. As far as in the U.S., we're not seeing that. And again, first of all, you have to take into account that, like I said, I mean, they're even fighting each other. So you have the United States who came in there and essentially ripped apart the Middle East. And I don't know if you heard so you have General Wesley Clark, who just said one of the nuttiest fucking things about a month ago about putting people in camps if they're radical or whatever. If you're anti-government, you should be in a camp. So he mentions that. He wasn't talking about Muslims. He was talking about like people like us and Muslims maybe too. But he did say in maybe 2009 or 8 or something like that, maybe even before that, before it all happened, he talked about that the U.S. said, and I have the clip, that they're going to go in and attack all of these countries. And he said, why? I don't know. Whoever he was talking to, I don't know. We're just going to, so It sounds like the plan was to destabilize the region there because they attacked Libya, Iraq. They want to get rid of Assad in Syria, and that has to do. I think a lot of this actually, as far as attacking the Middle East. I'm sorry.
Is to oust Assad? Is that what you're going to say?
ISIS is, yeah. Well, but it's all, I think, behind. It all has to do with the petrodollar and the dollar being the reserve currency and oil basically backing the dollar. Because from what I understand with OPEC, they made a deal with OPEC where if you buy oil from OPEC, you have to buy it in U.S. dollars, which makes the U.S. dollar worth more, and they get a fee for it. And the U.S. dollar is still the reserve currency. So if countries trade, they'll usually have to get U.S. dollars to trade. So some of the stuff in the Middle East, the majority of the things that the U.S. has done in the Middle East, and they say it's because of terrorism and this and that, is really about oil and the dollar and the economy. And they use, these bullshit reasons. And I think that does factor into it as well. That they need a reason to go in there and attack. And the reason is, well, we got a dictator here, or we got whatever. Libya, there was no reason to attack Libya. There's no reason to attack Syria. I know it's a civil war, but there's no reason for the United States government to get involved in a civil war in Syria. There is no reason to attack Iraq. I mean, usually
when the United States helps oust a dictator,
there's something behind
they'll
it.
call him a dictator, or and they'll call him horrible and stuff. It's right after that guy decides to exchange oil for a currency other than the dollar.
Yep,
that's usually what it boils down to.
Or if it's
protectionism of the dollar.
That's the whole thing with Iran as well, where you look at Iran. What has that Iran done to the United States, really? Because as far as I know, nothing. It's the other way around. I mean, okay, actually, they did go into the U.S. Embassy that was in Iran, and took people hostage, but they didn't go over to the United States. So mostly the reason behind them not wanting Iran to get whatever substance they needed to supposedly build a nuclear bomb. First of all, I wouldn't blame them anyway, because the U.S. won't attack countries that have a nuclear bomb. But they weren't even trying to make a nuclear bomb. They're trying to build nuclear reactors so they can do something to the oil.
Yes, which are not the same thing. Oh, my gosh. Right. People, their misunderstanding of nuclear technology is so frustrating sometimes. Now, if you've seen Batman, that last installment of that last trilogy, I don't remember, Dark Knight Rises or whatever. Was that what it's called? Now this is a spoiler. If you haven't seen it by now, you really should have. But the bad guy turns this nuclear power thing. It's like a nuclear power plant device into a bomb, and he takes about 2 seconds to do it. That's just not how the technology works. You can't just push a few buttons and turn the reactor into a bomb and nuke everybody.
I think it's uranium that they were looking for, but sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, like it doesn't work like that, in the movies. If you're looking to build a nuclear bomb, it's a lot different than if you're looking to build a nuclear power plant.
But not only that, I mean, you'd have to have the capability to launch a missile anyway. But that's not even what the goal is. It's the reason why they want to stop Iran is because they don't want Iran selling their fucking oil, and they need more, I believe, nuclear power plants to whatever they got to do to the oil that they. I don't know. But from what I understand, that's the whole rationale behind that. And then, of course, you have all the conservative pundits yelling about, you can't make a deal with Iran. They said they're going to wipe Israel off the map. I hear that. Sean Hannity has that like tattooed on his hand or something. That Iran said they're going to wipe Israel off the map. So, again, a lot of these countries are pretty much fighting with each other. I mean, you've had conflicts in Lebanon, and Israel has been fighting some of the countries over there throughout the years, of course, and of course the whole issue with Palestine. I think, though, it's by what I believe the U.S. is doing, because it's a fact they created Al Qaeda because they gave Osama bin Laden all these weapons and money because the Cold War with Russia, and Russia was at war with Afghanistan, so they supported Afghanistan like morons and gave all the money to Osama bin Laden, who created Al Qaeda out of it. So,
and then a lot of the weapons and tanks and equipment they used to fight Al Qaeda, they left over in the desert, over in the Middle East, and a lot of that stuff was picked up by ISIS or just by Syrian rebels. Who then
I don't
handed
think
weapons
that
over to
was.
ISIS.
I think I don't know if they really left them there or dropped off new ones or whatever. But
and they dropped off new ones
if they
for the
left them
Syrian
there,
rebels, yeah.
I've heard that as well, that they've dropped off. They've armed all these people and they've given them all this shit. So, but I honestly think that the CIA runs ISIS. And, people can say that's a conspiracy theory. But I do think that you have, at the same time, you have a certain percent of the population that doesn't know that is joining up with ISIS and is really getting radicalized to a certain point. Now, again, I think that's a small part of the population, but it's almost like the U.S. is trying to create even more terrorists for the future because it's a benefit to them because they have something to fight.
A problem for them. It's a benefit.
They need an enemy to fight. They've always had one. They need one because if there's no enemy and there's no threat and we don't need the government for anything, then why have it? So the government has to make sure that they can justify all of these things. I think
needs to be
at least for
perpetual
now.
War.
Yeah, and that's terrorism's perfect for that because it's never ending. It's going to continue forever. So that's a great thing for the U.S. But I think at some point that it will get to a point where they take so much control that it won't even matter anyway, that they're using the terrorism thing. They have even talked about, I don't know if it was Trump or that other fucker, the doctor there that's running for president,
Ben Carson,
that they want to start a list of Muslims, and that's like what Hitler did with the Jews. I mean, that's insane.
Yeah, if you're not sure whether or not you're like a crazy person, I guess the way to figure it out would be take whatever you want to do with Muslims. If you want to have them wear ID badges, if you want to put them into camps, and just replace the word Muslim with Jew. And if you're sounding like a Nazi, then we're having a problem, right?
Yeah, and they basically, I mean, he also said that a Muslim should never be president. Now, I don't think anybody should be president, so I guess I agree to an extent because I don't think there should be a president. But if there's a president, I mean, there's no reason why a Muslim can't be president. I actually, again, would prefer no president. And if I had to pick a religion, I'd prefer an atheist if we are to have a president. But I shouldn't even say we, if the government has their president there. But to say that is just But people support. They're like, oh yeah, this is how people like Hitler were able to take over that, and of course he was supported by all these billionaires in the U.S. that funded him. And essentially, there's a book on this. I actually have it at my house right now because I took it out the library again, and I did read it, but I wanted to look over it. It's The Rise of the Fourth Reich by Jim Marrs. I don't know if you're familiar with Jim Marrs, but one of his books was based on the movie JFK. There were two books used in that JFK was based on. That was one of them that Jim Marrs wrote, the Oliver Stone JFK movie. You haven't seen it? Oh, no. It's a great movie. But so one of his books. So he's a credible author, although some people would definitely call him a conspiracy theorist, and he goes on Alex Jones and stuff like that. But what he had said, and this part of this is total fact, and there were actually Islamists working with the Nazis. That's actually a fact too. But I forget the region exactly where, not region because like Middle East, but certain countries, which is kind of a weird. But I guess the Japanese in Germany is kind of a weird thing too. Like you'd think like the Nazis would hate, Japanese people more than Jews.
I think they're just far enough away to where they didn't care about
like,
Japanese people.
They're like, look at these people. They're whatever. But maybe at the end he planned on just annihilating them anyway.
Right.
Which there's actually a show. This gives me a chance just to mention this real quick because I think everybody should watch it.
Oh, I've heard of this. I know what you're going to.
Yeah, the man
Netflix,
in
right?
not Netflix, but Amazon Prime. If you have Amazon Prime, the man in the high castle, and it's where Japan and Germany won the war, and Germany somehow took over, is running like the whole East Coast, and Japan has the West. And I watched the first season and it was pretty good, but
really?
I don't think that really would have happened anyway, even if the U.S. didn't get involved in the war. But supposedly they dropped a bomb on Washington D.C. So I guess the premise is that the Nazis got the bomb first. Mm-hmm. But then there's some weird kind of stuff going on too, where it's almost sci-fi, where there's these films that they're getting for Hitler, and it's almost like it's like an alternative universe type thing. Like there was a film where the Allies won. So I don't know what's going to happen, and I'm excited to see another season, but I would definitely watch it just to, I think it's something that does promote freedom. And
interesting.
I mean, you never know what people get out of things, but
so you could just be reading into the freedom promoting bits, and other people
because
are
that's
reading
what I
into
look
the status promoting bits. Yeah.
So I look at it as look how life is for them under these regimes. So, but so there was that, and that's one of the themes going on there, that if Germany doesn't need Japan anymore, or if Hitler dies, because Hitler wants to keep Japan, I guess. But if Hitler dies, the other Nazis will wipe out Japan, and Japan doesn't have the bomb, and Germany does, so they wouldn't stand a chance against Germany, I guess. But so there's that whole thing going on, and so I don't want to waste time getting too much into it, because I did it like a whole show on it last week or the week before anyway. But it's an interesting show.
One thing that I wanted to get back to from earlier was the guy who was talking about how Islam is in dire need of reform. That guy that we listened to during that first break. In a way, there is a sect of Islam, and this is from my research earlier. And they're called Ahmadiyya Islam, and this was founded in British India near the end of the 19th century, so it's not that old as the other stuff that I was talking about. And these folks, they believe that jihad, which a lot of people think means just wage religious warfare on anyone who doesn't agree with you, they are actually more of the belief that jihad is firstly a personal inner struggle. It's more like metaphorical, like you're fighting, with your own spiritual beliefs, and it's really the only other time that you're using jihad to justify fighting is when you're doing it in self-defense.
Yeah, I think I heard that before too.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of like interesting. In fact, a lot of Muslims believe that jihad's only right in self-defense. It's not always just going out and attacking people like crazy. And so it's kind of like this Ahmadiyya Islam sect is kind of a revival of like the peaceful Islamists. It's more emphasized. They emphasize more on written arguments to get people over to their side. They're definitely not fighting people and trying to coerce them into coming over to Islam. And there was a passage here. It's actually a quote from the fourth caliph. Unfortunately, they still have a caliph, like a leader kind of guy. So they're still kind of doing that statist thing. But it's the passage here that I really liked. It was, he says, as far as Islam is concerned, it categorically rejects and condemns every form of terrorism. It does not provide any cover or justification for any act of violence, be it committed by an individual, a group, or a government. I most strongly condemn all acts and forms of terrorism because it is my deeply rooted belief that not only Islam, but also no true religion, whatever its name, can sanction violence and bloodshed of innocent men, women, and children in the name of God. And I thought that was really cool. And this kind of goes back to when we were talking about if you're going to waste your time trying to learn all this stuff, all this culture and history and religion to talk to these people about the ideas of liberty, you really should be going after these guys, the people who are already kind of in line with non-aggression, who are already peaceful. Granted, they got a caliph for this one sect. Another sect would be Sufism, and they're more apolitical. So actually, like Sufis would be even easier to talk to if you're talking to them about libertarian ideals. And that's one thing that I definitely wanted to mention before we before we got too far along.
Well, I'm not saying that people can't be in any religion actually and believe in liberty. It just here's my issue, and this is not just with Islam. This is with any religion, because I talked about people calling themselves Christian anarchists too, and how it doesn't go together as far as I'm concerned, because your allegiance is ultimately with your religion. So you would take that over. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that somebody would, but they would have a higher allegiance than freedom. And at the same time, especially anarchists, when you're talking about no rulers, if you are part of a religion, you have a ruler. So you would say, and a lot of people say this, not you being you, but the people that are part of a religion would say that God comes before freedom and liberty. They could say that their God is part of freedom and liberty or whatever, but their allegiance goes to their God and their religion first. So hypothetically, if God came down and talked to them and told them whatever, technically they would follow those ideas. Now they could reject them and whatnot, but what I'm saying is there's an allegiance to that God and religion before the concept of being free.
Yeah, I mean, I could see
And I'm saying all religions. I'm not just talking about Islam. And that's where I'm saying
it's concerning. Like you could think it'd be a conflict of interest.
Yeah, definitely. And that's my point. That I think it conflicts to have a set of rules that you're going to live by. And yes, you can leave that, and you're choosing to follow those rules, but still you're joining. This can be said about other, groups that you have to live a certain way as well. But it's religion, especially if you're a person who is religious and follows your religion. I'm not talking about the people that are just like, whatever. Yeah, I go to church on Christmas or something. I'm talking about the people that are really into it. And I know that. And I don't mean to keep bringing up Muslims for Liberty, but I mean, we're talking about Islam, and I'm familiar with them. Probably not as much, you had read the book. So I'm speculating on some things. And again, I don't have anything against them. I'm just trying to look at this objectively.
Sure.
Really, the whole thing I'm trying to look at objectively. The one bias I do have is I have bias to religion. I don't have bias to Islam compared to Christianity or Judaism. I just have bias to religion because I think it's a bunch of bullshit. I think all of it was written by man in a way to control people and tell them how to live their lives. And that's what I believe. Again, I don't have anything against people that follow it as long as they don't use it against me in any way or try to push it or force it on me. But so I know you see my point, but how do you, I guess, rationalize that yourself? The conflict kind of there. Even though, yes, you're making a choice. Because I talked to Brian. I know you know Brian Sovereign, right?
Yeah.
And I was lucky it was really cool when they were here in Vegas. They came in studio, Stephanie and Brian. And I got to finally meet them in person. So we kind of we had a good time in the studio. Not like that. I mean, on the air, doing the show. So Brian had said, though, I had him on the show before and interviewed him. He put religion worse than government. And that's how much he's, because he got brainwashed with religion his whole life. And, I think he really has a lot of animosity towards religion. And I totally understand why. And I said, religion is, to me, just as bad. The only difference is that you can leave religion and people aren't going to come after you now, except for the Muslims that are killing people that are leaving. In that case, of course, that's a little different, but I don't know how common that really is. In some countries, it seems, I mean, some of the countries that we were talking about, like where they're stoning people and stuff like that, they're doing that. But is that, that would be, I think, more the government. I don't know enough to say, is it people that are doing it on their own, or is it, more the government? And how can you even prove or know that, I left this religion? I guess that would be people just snitching on other people and whatever. But I guess how do you, or maybe you don't, how do you, I guess, justify the, or rationalize that they're following this set of rules? They're essentially following a ruler by choice, but it's still following a ruler. I can't see myself following anybody, period. No set of rules, no set of nothing. I mean, I'll follow somebody for directions if we're going somewhere. hey, we're going here. I don't know how to get there. I'll follow you. But you know what I mean? Like if there's a set of rules, they're going to come from me, and maybe I'll adopt them from a whole bunch of different things that I agree with. But they come from all these different places because I pick what I want. I wouldn't follow this religion. Now, people that say, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but I just wanted to make sure that you understand my whole point first. But people that say that, you know, oh, I'm Catholic, but I only follow what I want to follow, they're not really Catholic. I'm not talking about those people. You know, there's people that will call themselves Catholic or Christian, but they're not, you know, really into it. They're just like, hey, I, you know, follow this, and I pray, and on holidays I go to church, and I believe in just being good to people or something like that. You know what I mean? So I'm talking about the people that are really into the religion and
like the uber devout, yeah.
And that's what is, from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, Muslims for Liberty, I mean, they're praying 5 days or 5 times a day to Mecca. I believe it's 5 times. They're doing all of the things that they're following. Now, they're interpreting it differently in a positive way as opposed to anybody who interprets it as a way to kill people or whatever. So they're being positive, and that's fine. And I don't have a problem with what they're doing. I'm just saying, how can you at the same time, you can still be, I guess, into liberty, but it's like your religion and these rules come before it. And what happens when they conflict? Because to me, if you're really into religion, if they conflict, you're taking religion. It's like they have and not just them, anybody who's really religious has a allegiance that comes before the true freedom and liberty allegiance, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I know I went through a whole thing to explain that.
That's a big one.
So
yeah,
like as far as how you know, and maybe you come to the conclusion that, okay, well, you know, you agree with me, or maybe you don't, or maybe you partially do. But what are your thoughts on that? Because that's where I have the issue, and it's with all religions and people that actually follow it. Like I said, the people that are like, you know, like you have like fucking Snoop Dogg calling himself a Muslim, but he's out there, you know, getting high and, you know, drinking all the time. Mm-hmm. And from what I understand, Muslims can't drink or do drugs. Or maybe I'm thinking of Mormons, but I thought Muslims too.
I believe they can't drink. I don't know about pot specifically. But when you have you know, people going around, you're in a constant state of choosing what to do, whether or not it goes along with your system of beliefs, and those beliefs could come from religion or they could come from liberty. So it's not that, oh, you know, once you're subscribed to the religion, you have to go along with, you know, whichever ruler you chose. You're in a constant state of choice.
But just one thing I want to add real quick. You're talking about people who chose this religion.
Yeah.
As opposed to, I just grew up this way and I was taught, so I accepted it. So that's even more. That means even more to me than somebody who just, you know, grew up in a religion and got brainwashed from when they were a kid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm talking about just kind of like your average person who, you know, has access to the internet and knows things, knows that there is a choice between what they're doing and what they could be doing, which, you know, I'm just kind of taking as your average person. You've got that choice. You can continue down the path of your religion, and when you reach a fork in the road between your religion and liberty, people reach this fork all the time. Not just with religion and liberty, with how comfortable they want to live and liberty. I chose to move to a very uncomfortable state, New Hampshire. It gets very uncomfortable in the wintertime, but I chose, hey, liberty over comfort. Relationships and liberty. I've been in relationships before, or I've gone on dates before where the chick that I'm talking to is kind of a statist and it's kind of a turnoff, and then I choose liberty over the relationship. You come to these forks all the time. I come to them almost daily.
Yeah, but it's I know what you're saying, but that's totally, to me, it's a
lesser thing. Yeah,
because you're basing that off of the views that you made up yourself or took, what you believe yourself, not what you were taught or what you follow via religion. Now, you might find some things in religion that, like, okay, thou shalt not kill. Okay, that's cool. Unless in self-defense or whatever. But I mean, you're following yourself. You're following your own doctrine, basically.
Well, it's kind of an either or. Either I'm a mindless drone following a religion, and you can't blame me, or I can think for myself, and you can blame me for what I'm doing at all times. Right? Like, I don't think religion, unless they drug you, it doesn't really make you all of a sudden forget how to be a good person, or forget what's really decent. I think most people have a good grasp of,
I'm not saying that somebody's going to do something bad. I'm just saying that their more allegiance lies with religion. Now, if it's something bad that the religion says, I'm not saying that they're going to follow that. I'm just saying that it's like they chose to have a ruler to an extent. That's kind of what
you choose
what
the
I'm
allegiance,
saying.
but at choosing the allegiance is not the be all end all. It's the choice to keep that allegiance is presented at every turn.
Right.
But it's every step of the way.
At the same time, I wouldn't expect somebody who's very religious to be libertarian or voluntarist or anything like that. I don't.
It's unfortunate that there's not more of an overlap. Some people would probably say it is fortunate that there's not more of an overlap. But I would like more common ground with people. As a person who wants to spread the ideas of liberty, I would, call me optimistic. I would like more common ground with people, and even if I have to kind of search for it and be the aggressor and kind of making the ideas get around more, get out more. So be it.
Yeah, I understand, and that's fine. I just see that there's always going to be an internal conflict there, and if it comes down to things that you need to do to ensure true freedom and liberty, but it violates your religion, what are you going to take your religion over? And I'm not talking about like violence or something, but it could be, I don't know, I don't have a specific example because I don't know enough about
I don't have a specific religion, so.
Right, I don't either. So but there's a reason why I think the majority of people that have these beliefs are atheists or aren't part of a religion.
Yeah.
And I think you would attest to that as well, that the majority of people that you probably know in New Hampshire are either non-religious or atheist or non-religious, or like Ian calls himself like pan-atheist, but I mean he's not part of a religion with a bunch of rules. He kind of just, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So the majority of people, I think, end up in that realm. Now, there are some people, like I know Daryl Perry's a Christian, and I don't know how Christian he is, but I know that he is. So it doesn't mean that you can't believe in freedom and have a religion. I'm just saying I see a conflict. But to call them compatible, and that's almost a quote I think I heard, that liberty and Islam are compatible, I think is going a little too far. I don't think any religion is compatible with liberty. I think you can believe in freedom and have a religion. I think there's a conflict there, is what I'm saying, and I don't think they naturally go together.
Well, yeah, if they did, we wouldn't really have to have this show, you know? We wouldn't have to have this as a topic.
Well, because if you look at, like, not to bring up Christians again, but there are a lot of Christians that are considered anti-government. But the reason why they're anti-government is because they take God over government. And they're saying that, you know, the government is violating the rules of God or of, you know, the Constitution. But you'll find a lot of religious people that are constitutionalist.
Yeah.
And I think that has to do with the fact of taking that their God comes before government.
It would make sense that a Bible thumper would be a Constitution thumper.
But when it comes to no government, that's where I see the difference. Like, I do see how it relates to you're religious and you believe in the Constitution, but most of those people are not going to go to the point where they're just, I don't believe in government. That's how I explain it, because I don't like any of these words, and I don't like labels. And I say I don't believe in government, and I believe in what I call true freedom and liberty. And the reason why I say true freedom and liberty is because of the stupid conservatives that talk about freedom and liberty. And that's really where the name of the show came from, to make sure that I don't have conservatives thinking that I'm a conservative.
Yeah.
Because freedom and liberty, unfortunately, have been corrupted, just like the word libertarian or the word anarchist, or all of these words get corrupted how the government wants to kind of corrupt them. So we only have about 12 minutes left. I know you got to go, right around 10 o'clock Pacific, but maybe we can go like 5 or 10 minutes. If we, I know you got your roommate is late over there, so
yeah,
we'll try to just get through this. But there's just some other points I want to make, and I want to make sure you get all your points in. Time just goes so fast. People don't understand, man.
We really chugged through this one. Yeah,
I can do 4 hours like it's nothing, and by myself. I don't know how I do it, but I think it's just because I go all day probably without talking to people. So it's like, hey, I save it all for the mic. But I just want to make sure. See, I had a whole bunch of clips that I wanted to play that I didn't get to. And one was that woman that I had talked about, that she had essentially talked to Sean Hannity, unfortunately, but had told about, how she was treated and whatever. Maybe what I'll do is at the end of the show, I'll play a bunch of clips, and then maybe you can listen to those as well, just through the regular, listening to the show, and I'll just play through some clips, and then I don't have to be sitting here neither. So there are a couple other things that I wanted to mention. One, the big issue that everybody's talking about right now, of course, is immigration from Syria and Syrian refugees. And they're worried about ISIS and how are they validating that these people are good people and all of this bullshit. And I know Glenn Beck, from what I understand, collected money to bring Catholics or Christians over, because his rationale was, well, if they're Christian, we know they're not jihadists. I guess there's some truth to that, but he's a Christian. Well, he's a Mormon, actually. But he raised the money. He can do what he wants with it. If he's able to bring those people over, I guess he would have to get some type of permission. Obviously, I don't believe in government permission
or borders. Like, I'm not really a big fan of borders.
Yeah, I'm not neither. Although there are some interesting conversations that can come up when you get into a society of no government and then kind of wanting to, okay, I want to live over here in this community and we want to create this community with these people and this is all private property and we just want to be alone. I don't know. But that's a kind of a whole nother issue. But my only issue with this is the fucking government is paying for it. They're actually paying to bring people here and then house them, teach them English, all of these things. And I don't believe that people in the country should be getting any money, never mind people coming over from other countries. So what are your thoughts on that?
If anyone should be stuck with that bill, it should be the politicians who funded who allowed for the funding of the continual war in the Middle East.
Take it out of their fucking paycheck. I know. Take it out of their. I mean, they're all. A lot of them are fucking multimillionaires. How do you go to Congress and become a multimillionaire? Well, we know how that happens, but it doesn't happen. Actually, it kind of does happen legally because they pass laws like they can do insider trading and all of this shit. So yeah, I mean that's my major issue is that anything with immigration, I'm fine with people coming here if they can get here on their own dime and they can take care of themselves when they get here. Other than that, and I think all these people are against immigration. I think what they should be against is they should be protesting, welfare and all that shit, because that's the real issue to me. Government giving out other people's money and taking it in the first place. So they're talking about, of course, Trump said he'd build a wall. Trump has said some things, and I don't pay that much attention, but when I drive to work and I drive home, sometimes I'll turn on like the radio, and in the morning Glenn Beck will be on, and in the evening the Mark Levin and the Constitution. I don't know if you ever heard that guy, but
yeah.
I don't get, I sit there and I don't think I'm great or anything, but I'm like, I listen to this fucking guy who's angry. He just yells all the time. He's the guy who'll talk and then get loud. He'll be like, well, these people are coming over here and they don't care about the Constitution. Like, he's like one of them fuckers. And he has like millions of listeners. He's huge. And
I remember seeing that back when because I went through like a little Constitution thumper stage early on. It was very short, led into, kind of led through minarchism to anarchism in like 3 months. It was ridiculous. But I remember seeing one of his videos and getting fired up and being like, yeah, you're right, man. I was one of those guys.
There's still some, not a lot, but there's things here and there that I'll agree with him with, probably guns or something. But even that, I don't know, because I don't think there should be any restrictions on guns. But, he's complaining and whatever. But Trump said that he wants to build a wall, of course, and that both him and Carson, they want to up the security state, and Carson wants to up the drug war. So,
yeah,
you know what, though? Bottom line is I believe that it's all rigged. Whoever's going to become president, the powers that be already know, and they rigged the election by certain things like media and things like that. For one, you only got two choices. They rig it by the parties. They rig it by the media. So whoever
pretty much at every choke point, they rig it however they can.
To have
they put on a good show, though. It's my prediction for the past year has been we're going to have a Hillary Clinton in office in
I
2016.
think it might be Hillary. It's definitely going to be somebody that they know they can control. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. So Hillary, I think, might have been promised when there was a secret meeting between her and Obama disappeared, and they had a bunch of reporters on a plane. And this is a fact because I saw the video. And his campaign manager, who became the the press secretary later, he was there, and they were asking, there's video of this, like, where is he? And they're like, well, he had something he had to take care of. So basically they got all the press on the plane, so they couldn't find out where he was. And a Bilderberg meeting was in Virginia that year. And I'm not a huge conspiracy theorist, but, there are things that are just... To me, I don't want to use the word common sense because, Obama, but just kind of, logical conclusions that you can come to. There are a lot of them. And, why wouldn't the government, like I was talking about false flags earlier, like how they exploit things. So if they know they get traction off it, they can pass laws off of exploiting things. So why not, rig your own thing so you can pass what you want, because they know that there's a reaction and that people want something done about it. So that's why I think this whole idea that the government would never do that is such bullshit. That of course they would. They'll do whatever they have to get what they want. I mean, they're fucking politicians. But anyway, so that's my only issue on that. And I don't know how many people they're bringing in, but as far as being worried about it, I got a bunch of guns. I can take care of myself. And this is what's so hypocritical is, it's so fucking dangerous, right? You look at what the president says, and he's saying, essentially talking about how dangerous fucking things are, and then he wants to take people's guns away. Mm-hmm. It makes no fucking sense. It's just hypocritical. So I just want to make sure that there's anything I didn't get in that I wanted to cover. We talked about the 72 virgins and how that. I think that's definitely a factor in, say, young kids, not kids, but teenagers, 18, 19, maybe 20s, younger people that can easily be convinced to, hey, you're doing this for your, whatever, and you're going to be in paradise with 72 virgins. I think that's a lack of education too, because it's a kind of asinine idea that will actually happen. So the real issue, and Sharia law, people are all scared of Sharia law and it coming to the U.S. First of all, and I will something referred to Muslims for Liberty. One of the things that was mentioned was, Sharia law can also be things like how to wash your feet correctly before you pray or something. It's not all like, all this fucked up shit.
Yeah.
But there is, I think you can't get away from this. If there is an issue with Islam, there is definitely an issue in the treatment of women, no matter how you look at it and no matter what country you're in. Now, there's variations, I think, on how bad it is, but I don't think that you can get away from that. And I think, you look at the U.S. like 100 years ago, you had a similar issue, but I think in Islam, it seems to be worse than other religions when it comes to women. And why that is, I don't know. With Catholicism it was a little different, where they were too caught up on women and sex. And they would shame women and things like that, but not in the same way. But definitely women's rights and how they gay rights. Those two things are huge, I think, and not just Islamic countries, but in the Islamic religion. Like I said, like I talked about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Now that's just one example, but that's also a guy who is just a normal guy who converted to Islam. And still kind of, even in that sense, the way that he treated his Islamic or Muslim wife. So I think if there's anything, the biggest that is, I think, something that's undeniable in my opinion. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
It's yeah, I'd say I don't really know any way that you would go at that to kind of change that culture. Obviously, since we're not physically there.
Yeah, there's nothing
other than promoting the sex of the sects of the religion that are peaceful and that aren't doing that sort of thing.
What about love? See, is there a lack of love there? Because if you think about it, if you're in love with somebody, maybe their version of love is they're in love with them, but the jealousy takes over. I don't know. Maybe the culture is a jealous culture. So
I think our version of love might have been invented by Walt Disney. I'm not sure on that. I'd have to do more research.
Well, I mean, I get jealous, but not like you should cover up, but you would think it's definitely a selfish version of love. There's no doubt there if you want to control, because wouldn't you think about, and I don't know what the percentage of people are doing this neither. Again, there could be husbands that are really good to their wives.
Yeah.
But we don't know because we don't see that. But it seems like in general that there are definitely problems with Islam when it comes to the rights of women. And I think that's one thing that I think that it's hard to dispute. When it comes to terrorism, there's definitely terrorist attacks. I think the majority of them are on other Muslims, and I think Muslims are fighting each other. I think you have the United States has totally fucked up that region. So I think there's an effect there, along with governments that rule over people. However, I don't know. I mean, the only thing that I can think of as an answer is, what's the difference between a country, the Western countries, and some of the countries in the Middle East, or the countries in the Middle East that are somewhat less violent or less, disrespectful towards their women. I know Turkey is somewhat. At least they were. It seems like they're going the other way. But it may be more, again, education, or not even just education, but what about feeling like you have opportunities and being able to enjoy life and feeling like, a lot of these people live in poverty. So if you're a kid and you're brought up thinking, hey, if I blow myself up, I'll get 72 virgins and live in paradise, and I'm sitting here living in poverty with cockroaches in my apartment, you might want to blow yourself up. If you don't know any better or you don't know anything else. And then I guess the last thing, and then I'll let you get the last word in, and we can close it out. Is the last two terrorist attacks in the West, I definitely think that in the California that it was one of those FBI setups, but they maybe wanted it to happen. And in France, it's possibly the same thing. I can't. It's hard to get over that. I can't believe what I hear, and there's a lot of evidence to shows how even declassified documents actually that the West supports ISIS. So, and you see the reaction. Look at the reaction in France, and now they want to pass a law where their version of martial law lasts 3 months, that they can declare it, and it's for 3 months automatically. I don't know what the length of it is now, but they right away want to pass laws. So I'll let you get the last word before we wrap it up.
Sure. I think in the end, any kind of religion you want to embrace, it should be personal, and it should be only personal. It shouldn't affect, it shouldn't make your interactions with other people violent, obviously. And that's one thing that I've been trying to get a hold of, and this is I haven't mentioned this one yet, but the next project that I'm coming out with will actually deal with religion. And to find out more about that, you'll have to like my Facebook page. It's called Shire Dude Church. So definitely, it's not up yet.
You're coming out with a church now too.
I'm building a religion. I'm building it bigger. I am widening the corridors and adding more lanes. So definitely go to Shire Dude Church and like that page to be apprised. Once that project comes out, it'll come out on that page.
Because I think now you got Ian has his religion there.
Yeah, actually, the Shire Dude Church is kind of a play off of Shire Free Church.
Shire Free, right? And then you got Rich Paul, I think, has the
Church of the
Invisible Hand.
Yes, and I think this is wonderful. We should have as many religions as we have people, and they should be peaceful and non-coercive.
Well, that's kind of true. I mean, your own belief system can be your religion, basically.
Exactly. Yes.
So, I am a religion of one.
There you go.
Davyism or some shit.
Hey, you might as well start it now before someone else does.
I know. Well,
yeah, man.
You can check out Shire Dude at shiredude.com, right?
Absolutely. All my work's at shiredude.com.
And we will play that real quick, but you probably won't hear it.
Shiredude.com.
Oh, that was really loud in my ear, though.
Islam is great. It's super loud for you. I couldn't hear it, so whatever.
All right. Well,
I heard it earlier during the break. That was pretty cool.
What I'm going to do, and feel free to listen, is technically I'm going to end the show now, but I'm going to play a bunch of clips. Well, and then I'll officially end the show and say bye and whatever. But I'm going to play some of the clips because I spent so much fucking time going through all this shit. And I still feel like I don't know anything. So, and I no offense to, Muslims for Liberty. I'm sure they are nice people and do good things. I saw the video of them feeding people. They look like nice people. I've heard Will Cully on the phone a bunch of times. Like I said, my only issue was on Free Talk Live. It's like that's the only, you're basing everything off of one person. And then if anybody calls in to question, you have kind of an attitude coming from other people on the show that, really just get mad and kind of, instead of, okay, I'll listen to what you got to say, but what about this and what about that? So, but anyway, so I I guess I'll end the show now and then just play the clips and then play the end music. So we'll be back to, well, I'll play the end music first and then play the clips. I don't know. I'm all confused now. It's late. I got up at what time? 5:45. So I will be back tomorrow. Of course, I'd like to thank Shire Dude, again, shiredude.com. And tune in tomorrow to listen to me talk all about gun rights and how Obama's a douchebag. And I hope you enjoyed tonight's show. And stay tuned for some important and clips with, I think, a lot of information. So stay tuned for the clips. All right. See you tomorrow, everybody.
Comply with the orders of police officers. Resisting arrest is a real and dangerous crime.
One month ago, the celebrated atheist, author, and neuroscientist Sam Harris appeared on Real-Time, Bill Maher's HBO show. The conversation about Islam that ensued created quite a bit of controversy. Harris said, among other things, that, quote, Islam at this moment is the motherlode of bad ideas, unquote. He went on to say that more than 20% of Muslims are either jihadists or Islamists who want to foist their religion on the rest of humanity. That comes out to about 300 million people. I beg to differ and said as much when I responded with my own thoughts on the show. But I wanted to talk to Mr. Harris in person, so here he is. He's the author of a new book, Waking Up, and we might get to it. Yes. But first I want to ask you about that number, which it struck me you sort of pulled out of a hat. If you do have, something in the range of 20% of all Muslims who are either jihadists or Islamists, and which implies condoning violence and such. I'm just doing the math. That comes to about 300 million.
Right.
So there were 10,000 terrorist events last year. Let's assume that 100 people. Let's assume all of those were Muslim. Let's assume each event was planned by 100 people. Neither of those assumptions is right, but I'm being generous. Right. That comes to about 1 million people who are jihadists. So that still leaves us with 299 million missing Muslim terrorists.
Right. Well, there are a few distinctions I think we have to make here. One is there's a difference between a jihadist and an Islamist. And there I was talking about Islamists and jihadists together. And so Islamists are people who want to foist their interpretation of Islam on the rest of society. And sometimes they have a revolutionary bent. Sometimes they have more of a normal political bent. But they do want to...
The fact that somebody may believe that, for example, Sharia should obtain and women's testimony should be worth half a man's in court doesn't mean that they want to kill people. Right? Well, no. Those are two, being conservative and religious, which, by the way, is not my orientation at all, but it's different from wanting to kill people.
Yes, yeah. Well, we should, again, you have to parse this on specific points, like do you favor killing apostates? Do you think adulterers should be killed? And even among Islamists, you'd find more subscribing to one versus the other, depending on the poll you trust. But I didn't just pull the number out of a hat. I mean, there's a group at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, that looked at 40 years of parliamentary elections in the Muslim world, literally every election that has occurred, and found that Islamists got 15% of the votes. So I would say that if you take this number 15% who vote for Islamist parties, and then you look at the poll results on specific implementation of Sharia law. So do you want adulterers and thieves given the traditional punishments, or should apostates be killed? You never find the number, with very few exceptions, you never find the number as low as 15% voting in favor of those punishments. It's often 60%, depending on the society. So I believe nudging that up to something around 20% is still a conservative estimate of the percentage of Muslims worldwide who have values relating to human rights and free speech that are really in zero-sum contest with our own. And I just think we have to speak honestly about that.
Clearly, Islam has a problem today, but there have been periods when Islam was at the vanguard of modernity. It was the place that preserved Aristotle and preserved science. So if it was Islam that was the problem, how come it was okay then? In other words, that would suggest that it is the social and political conditions within Muslim societies, or the people now. In other words, clearly Islam has been compatible with peace and progress, and it is compatible with violence, I would argue, just like all religions.
Yeah, well, up to a point. I would say that specific ideas have specific consequences. And the idea of jihad is not a new one. It's not an invention of the 20th century. And many people are now spreading a very PC and sanitized history of religious conflict. Islam has been spread by the sword for over 1,000 years. And yes, there's been an intensification, and for obvious political reasons, of intolerance in the 20th century. But the idea that life for Christians and Jews as dhimmi under Muslim rulers for 1,000 years was good doesn't make any sense. And certainly life for Jews, when you compare it to medieval Christendom, then, okay, it might...
But that was the main alternative. I mean, that's why when the Jews left Spain and were expelled, they went to the place that they thought was most hospitable to them, which was the Ottoman Empire, which was the Caliphate, right?
I criticize Christianity as much as anyone. I wrote a book, Letter to a Christian Nation, which is just a vilification of the history of Christianity, the influence of the beliefs in the modern world.
Having written that book, you would recognize that there are elements of Christianity that, as you point out in that book, are compatible with and celebrate slavery and violence and all these very, very backward attitudes. And yet there are times when Christianity represented that, and at times when it has represented peace and modernity.
Okay,
right?
but there's a few things we have to distinguish here. One is specific ideas have specific consequences. So when you ask why Jews aren't living out of Leviticus and Deuteronomy anymore, and they're not sanctioning genocide, they're not sanctioning killing people for working on the Sabbath, there are several answers to that question. One is that there's no Sanhedrin, but the fact that they don't have a Sanhedrin
Explain what a Sanhedrin is.
It's a consecrated body of elders in the community that can judge whether or not somebody should be killed for working on the Sabbath. So the details matter, and one of the details here is that a belief that in Islam that the one true faith has to conquer the world through jihad, essentially, and that free speech.
But jihad means different things to different people.
It doesn't. I agree with you that we have to convince the Muslim world, or get the Muslim world to convince itself, that jihad really just means an inner spiritual struggle. That is the end game for civilization. Right. But the reality is, an honest reading of the text and an honest reading of Muslim history makes jihad look very much like holy war.
So in that sense, the problem is you and Osama bin Laden agree. Because after all, you're saying his interpretation of Islam is correct.
Well, his interpretation, this is the problem. His interpretation of Islam is very straightforward and honest, and you really have to split hairs and do some interpretive acrobatics in order to get it to look non-canonical.
But do you really think that the path to reforming Islam is to tell Muslims that their religion is the motherlode of bad ideas, that they should become atheists or symbolic followers, or nominal, I think was the word used, right, nominal followers? I mean, do you really think that 1.6 billion devout Muslims are going to go, oh, damn, of course, Sam Harris is right, my religion is crap, and I should just abandon it?
No. Well, I slightly misspoke there. I didn't mean nominal followers in the sense that only Muslim atheists could reform the faith. What I meant is followers who don't take these specific dangerous beliefs very seriously and want to interpret jihad as an inner spiritual struggle as opposed to holy war.
But do you think you're helping them, or you're making it harder for them by as I said, adopting the Osama bin Laden interpretation?
I'll tell you who's making it harder for them. Liberals who deny the problem. I get emails every day from atheists and secularists living in the Muslim world who say, I can't
forget about others.
Well, no, I'm telling you. I'm telling you the only metric I have for that is I hear from people living in Pakistan, for instance, who say, if a liberal like you can't even speak honestly about the link between ideology and violence, what hope is there for me? I can't even tell my mother what I believe about God because I would be afraid of my own family or village killing me.
Sam Harris, thank you very much. Stimulating conversation.
Fascists. I said, the only people making sense on this subject at the moment happen to be fascists, and I went on to say that this is a terrifying circumstance that we have. If someone burns a Quran tomorrow, and riots erupt in 100 countries, as they likely would, the only people who are going to immediately come forward and talk about the clear link between what Muslims believe and this despicable behavior are the crackpot pastors and the right-wing demagogues. Sarah Palin and some homophobic pastor in Florida. They will actually be speaking quite sensibly about the link between doctrinal Muslim beliefs and this rioting. And then you're going to have the New York Times op-ed page and people like Reza saying this has nothing to, and even the President of the United States saying this has nothing to do with Islam. Well, of course it has something to do with Islam. Everything we see about the character of Muslim violence, the fact that people are being decapitated as opposed to some other method of dispatching them, there's a direct link between that and Muslim doctrine, and we have to speak honestly about that. And I would just point out that there are Muslims doing quite heroic work, very few of them, but there are Muslims, like Majid Nawaz, who will take a line quite opposite of the line that Reza is taking, which is to acknowledge the role that traditional Muslim doctrines are playing, traditional Islamic doctrines are playing in engineering this kind of violence, and then do their best to come up with rival interpretations and some kind of reformist imperative within the Muslim community. And so I'm not saying we have to just foist atheism upon the Muslim world, although I am an atheist. But someone like Majid Nawaz, as a Muslim, is saying, listen, guys, we have to be honest about this. This is coming from the Quran and the Hadith, and these people think they're going to get into paradise, and they're motivated by their religion, and it's not a lie to say any of these things, and we as Muslims have an excruciating problem trying to reform our discussion about faith so as to make apostasy a non-punishable offense and blasphemy a non-punishable offense. And that's a huge challenge, but you're not going to clear that bar by lying about the motives of people, and that's what someone like Reza does.
Nor by lying about what you wrote. And in fact, after that you were misconstrued after you wrote that. We did a segment on that here, which we'll put a link so that people can check it out in the resource well underneath the video that we're watching, where we tried to clarify exactly what you'd said. But just lastly, are you overall an optimist or a pessimist? You look at what's going on with ISIS. The president's going to give a speech tomorrow night. Syria and Iraq are collapsing. This is the most virulent strain of Islamism that we've probably ever seen.
Yeah.
Where do we go from here?
Yeah, I don't know in terms of optimism and pessimism. It could clearly go either way. I think the truth is on the side of the right ideas. Obviously, I mean, insofar as having your beliefs track reality is useful, humanity is going to tend to keep finding true and non-sectarian beliefs increasingly compelling. And I think insofar as we have a global conversation about anything, that conversation is going to tend to rise above the accidents of anyone's birth and the distinctions between cultures, and that is just by definition going to purify the conversation of incompatible religious bigotry. So religion's going to lose ground in that process, and it continually loses ground to science. There's no question upon which we once had a scientific answer, but now that has been ceded back to religion, and yet there are a countless number of questions where it has gone the other way, and it's a unilateral. Religion's losing the tug of war with science, but whether one should be optimistic about any local political reality, it's hard to say.
Well, from your lips to God's ears about the overall trajectory. Thanks, Sam. Great to have you on HuffPost.
Yeah, pleasure.
Thanks for joining us. Come back anytime. For more information on Sam's book, Waking Up, you can check out our resource well below. Stick around, of course. Plenty more conversations coming up right here on HuffPost Live.
Islam is not a religion of peace. Anyone who still claims this in 2015 is either stupid or they're a liar. Every time I say that Islam is not a religion of peace, I get death threats from Muslims.
Welcome back to Hannity. Now, for years on this very program, we've been sounding the alarm about the horrors of Sharia law. And tonight, I want to clarify in very simple terms exactly what Sharia is and what some of the punishments are for their so-called crimes. Now, under Sharia law, adultery, homosexuality, that's punishable by death, as are false accusations of rape. In many countries, you need, if you're a woman, 4 male eyewitnesses to prove it. Honor killings are allowed, meaning that murder is permissible if someone is deemed to dishonor their family, their husband, etc. If someone steals something, guess what? Their hands cut off. Punishments for other crimes include beheadings, flogging, women beaten, stoned to death. And here now, with insight on Sharia law from Arabs for Israel, Nani Darwash is with us, and a women's rights activist who was featured in the Honor Diaries. Zaina Khan is both here. Guys, good to see you. Thank you for being with us. Nani, you grew up in Cairo. You grew up under Sharia. Is that an accurate description?
Absolutely. And the problem with Sharia, it's not necessarily enforced by government. It can be enforced by anybody on the street.
By men?
By men. There are murders allowed under Sharia. Murdering an apostate is one of them. Anybody on the street.
You mean apostate, meaning somebody who believed in Islam and then converts to Christianity?
Or an adulterous woman.
Yeah.
Her father, her brother, her husband can kill her.
How many wives can some of these men have?
Up to 4 wives. The marriage contract under Sharia is different from the Judeo-Christian marriage. The man does not vow loyalty to his wife. Only the woman vows loyalty to her husband.
Yeah.
And if she's caught, or not even caught, if there's a suspicion, and she can be killed, and nobody goes to jail.
And it happens.
Yeah.
And it happens regularly.
Yeah, honor killing. That's
you ever see the stoning of
Soraya?
Soraya, yes.
It could be a suspicion, and everybody will sympathize with the husband and act like he's the victim.
Mm-hmm.
Men in the Muslim world, Sean, are burdened.
So women are treated like garbage. Women are treated, in many ways, are they slaves?
Well, the marriage contract is almost like a slave-master relationship. And unfortunately...
They're sexual slaves?
They are, sexual slavery is allowed under Islamic law.
Yeah.
It's detailed in Sharia. There are pages and pages on slavery and sexual slavery, which was never abolished by Islam.
And women are not seen equally as their male counterparts under Sharia law. And you see this in Iran, you see this in Afghanistan, and you also now see it coming back on the table in Iraq with the Joffrey personal status law. And what this is it's a 1,000-plus-year-old tradition of Sharia law where it permissibly allows a 9-year-old girl to be married. And it gives male father and grandfather guardianship over females. Now, Iraq had a legal
and 9-year-old girls are sent off to be married. Little children are...
Yes, child marriage is a huge problem.
Mm-hmm. And what is the issue with the Prophet Muhammad on this?
There's debate, and there's and I'm sure there's debate and there's different interpretations. But bottom line is that it should never be allowed.
Let me ask you this, because there's all of a sudden the Sultan of Brunei has an investment in this Beverly Hills hotel, and I give credit to Leno and Ellen DeGeneres and those that have spoken out, Sharon Osbourne among them. This has been going on for as long as I have been in media, and we have discussed it, and I have taken a lot of heat for stepping up. In this country, the Democrats always claim that Republicans or conservatives are engaged in a war on women because they don't want to pay for their birth control pills, and maybe they are pro-life and they believe that life begins at conception. This is what you're describing as a real war on women, but yet women in this country have been on the left have been virtually silent. What is your reaction to that?
It's an insult to my intelligence. When I'm here in America, I escaped life in the Middle East to come to America.
And your father died fighting the Israelis.
Jihad, yes, in the jihad. Men's number one duty is not their families. Number one duty is to do jihad, to sacrifice their lives on
holy war.
Holy war. And I come to America, and I enjoyed this country. It took me years I never wore the hijab, but I had the hijab on my mind. It took me years in America to get rid of this oppression that I came in, the baggage I came with. And when 9/11 happened, a lot of Americans, Sean, asked, where are the Arab Americans to speak against jihad, about the oppression of women? And here I am. I stepped forward, and instead of being appreciated, even the feminists called me, in America, called me Islamophobe. How can it be a phobia? A phobia is unreasonable fear. I'm afraid of Sharia because under Sharia, I must be killed now. Anybody on
You
the
are now you are officially apostate.
Absolutely.
And that means you would die by death. And they would feel justified in the minds of Allah.
There is a law in Sharia that says a Muslim will not be prosecuted if he kills an apostate. Anybody on the street can kill me.
And I wouldn't have the same opportunities and resources or be sitting here had I been living under Sharia
And your parents, by the way.
My father is Afghan, my mother is Pakistani, and both countries are ruled by Sharia law. And my parents left to give us a better opportunity, chances to live our life freely with autonomy, to educate ourselves, and we're very grateful for that. And we would not have gotten that had we been living there.
Well, thank you for telling your stories. Thank you for educating people.
Thank you, Sean, for giving us a chance to speak out.
You're very welcome.
Because we love this country and we love the freedom it gave us. And we would like America to understand what we went through in order for America to prevent Sharia from penetrating this
Look what's happening in Europe right now.
In England.
And even in this country.
Yeah,
in some
we
parts.
escaped it. And we don't want it to come here.
Well, there's a fear to identify radical Islam. Because then, quote, you're offending people.
You have to call it out for what it is. And there has to be a middle ground in that you can speak out and you can actually say, hey, you know what, this is wrong. Because it's not just a women's issue or an issue that's going on there.
It's a human rights
issue.
I agree with you.
And we have to be able to speak out without being condemned for it.
I challenge everybody on the left, speak out. Stop being a bunch of cowards.
Our Prophet ﷺ called this group the worst of the creation, even though right before he said they recite the Quran. So these are not non-Muslims he's talking about. These are people who believe in the Quran and recite the Quran. And in this hadith the Prophet ﷺ said, they call to the book of Allah, but they have nothing to do with the book of Allah. They call to the Sharia, but they have nothing to do with the Sharia. Pay attention to the words of our Prophet ﷺ. He is predicting a group that is calling to the book of Allah, to the Sharia, but he himself said they have nothing to do with the Sharia. And our Prophet ﷺ said, those who fight them are closer to the book of Allah than they are. Meaning those who oppose these groups, they have more to do with the Sharia than this group. Our Prophet ﷺ predicted in the hadith in Musnad Imam Ahmad that this group will continue to rise forth until the day of judgment. So it is true that classical Kharijism, this group that came in the time of Ali, that group by and large dwindled away. But others of that fanaticism will continue to rise until the day of judgment. And this is exactly what we see, my dear brothers and sisters, in light of the current circumstance. Hundreds and thousands of those who oppose these groups, Sunni and Shia, Muslim and non-Muslim, men, women and children, they have all been butchered by these people who are claiming to want the Sharia, claiming to want the Khilafah, claiming to want the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And yet exactly as our Prophet ﷺ said, their speech is flowery, but their actions have nothing to do with me. Exactly as our Prophet ﷺ said, their actions demonstrate they leave this religion like an arrow leaves its prey. Just like the Kharijites of old, anybody who opposes them, automatically he becomes a kafir. You cannot have disagreement with these people. And wallahi, I and every single da'i and caller to Islam who has criticized them, look at our Twitter accounts that respond back to us and Facebook comments from the supporters of this group. You kafir, you sellout, you American dog, you this, you that. There can be no disagreement. Instantly you become a non-Muslim. And I have gotten death threats myself, and I know others who have criticized them have gotten death threats online from these fanatics. Subhanallah, we are only only saying, don't kill innocent people. Even if you disagree with this, does that mean you're going to now call us kafir and munafiq? But this is the mentality of Kharijites, that it's black and white, the world. You're either with us or you're against us. And this is not the mentality of a Muslim with a different opinion. Ya akhi, our religion has differences of opinion in it. Suppose I disagree with one act, doesn't make me a non-Muslim.
Why can't we find any learned Islamic scholars or imams in the Islamic world who endorse ISIS? Al-Azhar University, Ayman, the most prestigious seat of learning in Sunni Islam, says ISIS follows a false Islam. The Grand Mufti of Saudi Arabia, he says ISIS is the #1 enemy of Islam. And the problem here is they call themselves Islamic. They tell Western journalists we're very serious about our faith. And we kind of believe them and start doing their PR for them, which I think is a mistake.
Islam is already under the pump. Media spreading a very, 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 very dangerous wave of Islamophobia. It's abundant, it's around us, vilification of Islam and anything Islamic. Even halal food, they're trying to criticize and attack now. So, of course, people that hate this religion, people that are against this religion, any enemy of this religion, you're adding fuel to the fire that already exists. Of course, it's a negative image. It's something that we completely distance ourselves from, and it has nothing to do with the 1.7 billion Muslims around the world. We cannot even say that these people are a minority. They're less than a minority. The numbers compared to the total population of the Muslim world is completely insignificant, but unfortunately, because of the media attention they are getting and the propaganda that they are doing now and causing, people are assuming that this is Islam and this is our beautiful religion, when it's completely the opposite.
You're not allowed to kill people in the name of Allah, in the name of the Sharia, in this brutal manner. Innocent people. How many thousands have been killed, my dear brothers and sisters? And wallahi, we need to be as vocal as possible for the sake of our religion, for the sake of the perception, not just amongst non-Muslims, wallahi, even non-practicing Muslims. And this is perhaps the saddest thing, that there are many amongst us who think, I don't want to become too religious. I don't want to become like those people. Subhanallah. My dear brothers and sisters, what these people are doing is not religion. Religion, religiosity, Islam, Iman, the more you have, the better it is for you. Do not misunderstand false religiosity with genuine religiosity. Religion will never harm you. Quran is never going to hurt you. Following the Prophet is always beneficial. These people do not represent our religion. Our Prophet was the most religious man, and yet he was a mercy to the world. He was the most religious man, and yet he was a mercy to the world. Religion is nothing but good if it is done properly.
There are people in the world of Islam who do act in a manner that is against Islam, which you can label as terrorism. No doubt in my mind. I know it, you know it. There's no point in denying it. But it is not fair to judge Islam per the actions of some Muslims. Otherwise, all Christians are crusaders. But they're not.
Welcome back to Hannity. So in the wake of Dr. Benjamin Carson expressing concern about a Muslim becoming president of the United States, well, we decided to launch a special Hannity investigation to find out if American Muslims think that Sharia law should supersede the U.S. Constitution. Earlier today, we sent out Fox News contributor David Webb to an Islamic Cultural Center in New York City. Now watch this closely.
Your thoughts, should Sharia law supersede the U.S. Constitution?
No, but I think the Sharia law is made by God, by Allah, and the Constitution is made by people. So it's not the same.
Do you believe that Sharia law should be above the U.S. Constitution?
Yes.
Yes. Sharia law is completely different than the United States Constitution. As a Muslim, you practice my Islamic law. As a Muslim, I United States Constitution, as a citizen, I have to respect the Constitution. Nothing to do with Sharia law. It's a Muslim country, Sharia law is allowed. Other country, no. You have to have a right Constitution.
Should any religious law supersede the U.S. Constitution at any time? Any denomination?
Maybe in the future.
The U.S. Constitution deserve all the people living in U.S. their rights, right? So Sharia law does not contradict with this. Sharia law just protect our dignified. We are like human being, be respectful, to be respectful in the society.
So you think that the U.S. Constitution should be the law of the land in the U.S.?
Also helpful to protect our Sharia.
Should Sharia law be over the U.S. Constitution?
Yes, maybe. Every country have a different policy and different law, but I respect the law in any country I go.
Do you believe that the tenets of Sharia law should be over the U.S. Constitution?
No.
That U.S. Constitution, which is made by people, and the Sharia law is made by Allah. So that is all the way above. That has to be definitely in the land, not for the America, for the whole world would be above the
So
Sharia
that
law.
should be above the U.S.
Definitely.
Constitution?
Yes.
Joining me now with reaction, syndicated radio talk show host out of Boston, Howie Carr, the author of Demystifying Islam, Tackling the Tough Questions, the national spokesperson for the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, Haris Zafar, and Fox News contributor David Webb. You had a significant number, and by the way, this backs up a poll that came out last year that even a majority of Muslims in America think that Sharia should supersede the Constitution.
Yeah, and look, there was no problem getting these questions and answers from these folks. You saw a wide variety of them. We gave them a chance to answer. The problem, and I have this problem with anyone, anywhere who believes that any religious belief supersedes the U.S. Constitution. We're a nation where the Constitution guarantees your religious freedom and where your religion does not trump it. Most people believe that in America. There are Muslims who want to live here and live under our Constitution, but too much we find a growing number of them that believe Sharia should supersede the U.S. Constitution. And one there admit, look, in other countries, it's Sharia, but look at those countries where Sharia is the law.
Mr. Zafar, while you are a minority in the Muslim community in many ways, and more liberal-minded in your views, generally speaking, we know the application of Sharia renders or relegates women and minorities and other religious faiths to second-class citizens. So that's just a fact when you look at the application of Sharia in Muslim countries. So if you have more than half of Muslims in America that want Sharia, they are basically saying they don't support the U.S. Constitution, where you have freedom of religion and freedom of expression.
Yeah, it's what surprises me. The reason this surprises me because the most fundamental principle in Islam on this subject is that the law of the land supersedes all other laws. So in the verses in the Quran that talk about government do not specify any religious involvement. They say put your trust in those that are in authority in your country, and it tells those people in authority to be just, not religious.
Okay,
as
but
long
wait
as
a
they're
minute.
just,
But the true application of Sharia in countries is women can't drive, women have to dress a certain way, they can't be seen in public with men that are not their relatives. In some cases, women need 4 male eyewitnesses for rape. Gays and lesbians are killed. Those that leave the faith are viewed as apostates. They are killed for such religious liberty. So the reality is it is at odds with the U.S. Constitution. It's practical application. Howie Carr.
So what?
Well, yeah, Sean, obviously this is what Ben Carson was talking about when he said he couldn't advocate for electing a Muslim president. And this is just a very troubling fact of life in society. I mean, and the fact that the Democrats are attacking Ben Carson over saying this, I mean, this is a Sharia law. There's no gay marriage, for instance. Abortion, as you pointed out, is punishable by death. Blasphemy. You know, no one's talking about rounding up Muslims. Certainly not Ben Carson, like FDR did during World War II. But this is just a fundamentally Sharia law is at odds with the Bill of Rights.
Howie, I want you to expand on that because fundamentally the Quran and Islam, I'm not talking about radical Islamists, the Quran and Islam are fundamentally at odds with the Constitution. Isn't that the truth?
No,
correct.
It's not the truth.
You know, did you ever think, Sean, that we would come to a point in our lifetimes where the Constitution and the Bill of Rights would be on the table? No. It's just mind-boggling, and I can't, and I don't understand why the Democrats are so down on Carson. You know, they have litmus tests, so-called, for Supreme Court justices. If you're against abortion rights, then they're not going to vote for you, including Hillary Clinton, Chuck Schumer. Now they have a litmus test for Citizens United, the Supreme Court decision about the First Amendment. So, I mean, if Ben Carson wants to make this a litmus test, if you're for Sharia law, he's not going to vote for you. What's the problem? I'm with Ben Carson.
Yeah, and by the way, if I ask you, Mr. Zafar, You know, where are the Catholic and Christian and Protestant and Jewish temples in Muslim countries, and what are the restrictions, or what is the punishment for anyone that speaks out against the very extremely controversial life of Muhammad? What would happen to them in a Muslim country under Sharia as applied currently in Muslim countries today?
Right. And so what you have clearly and very accurately defined as the system of government in countries like Iran and Saudi Arabia and Pakistan, Afghanistan, there's a reason why within the worldwide Ahmadiyya Muslim community and other Muslims as well, that we continually and consistently condemn them
not just on like a small minority. You can't even get, as I understand it, in Pakistan, you can't get a Muslim funeral if you're an Ahmadiyya.
The United States
Sean, they
constitutes...
just had a
the United
major
States
march
constitutes
in
less than
Copenhagen, Denmark. They want to make Denmark a Muslim nation. There was a
but you know where
Muslim
part of this
party.
needs to begin, Sean, is that there's a reformation needed. And the Ahmadiyya Muslims, the Sufis, there are other groups. Just like we had a reformation in the Christian church, there's time for a Muslim reformation, and it's at hand.
David,
and the small
and that's why it's very important to remember that.
But here's my point: in the United States, they can create a foundation and begin to spread. It's not going to happen overnight.
They're not even considered Muslims by the 98%.
I hear you, but it's got to start somewhere,
that's why it's
Muslims
to
have
remember,
to solve this problem.
Last word.
That's why it's important to remember the U.S. constitutes less than 5% of the world population. Obviously, they're not unimportant. It's all about the works and the impact. And let's look at that. The Ahmadiyya Muslim community has built and operated over 15,000 mosques in the world, more than any other Muslim organization.
You are less than 2%. You are less than 2%.
And the U.S. is less than 5%. But our significance is what really matters. And that's why within the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, we are leading the reformation. The U.S. Constitution absolutely is paramount, and we're loyal
Saudi
citizens
Arabia
of this
offering
country.
to build in Germany for the new refugees, so-called, that are coming
And we're with
into
you to condemn
Germany.
Saudi Arabia and their clerics. Absolutely.
Thank you all for being with us. Coming up.
This episode is brought to you by AJ+. This past International Women's Day, Afghani men made headlines when they donned burqas to promote awareness of women's rights. And a month prior, men throughout Turkey and neighboring country Azerbaijan wore skirts in solidarity with a female who had allegedly been raped and murdered. With women's rights in Muslim countries taking a main stage lately, we wanted to know which Muslim countries are the most supportive of women's rights. Well, to start with, there are several factors that can influence a country's overall support of women's rights. If a country is still developing, or if it's in the middle of a war, gender equality tends to be lacking. Reports show that women's rights go hand in hand with increased economic stability. Additionally, if the government is more democratic, women's rights are reportedly more protected. According to the Pew Research Institute, 49 of almost 200 countries have a Muslim majority. In 2013, Pew researchers surveyed Muslims living in those countries to find out where they stood when it came to women's rights. In response to questions like, should women decide if they wear a veil? Or, must a wife always obey her husband? Eastern European countries and some Central Asian countries tended to be more progressive. These places have been more economically stable and less violent compared to areas like the Middle East, Central Asia, and Africa, in which the most deadly wars are ongoing. Tunisia also stood out as a supporter of women's rights. The country has, until very recently, escaped much of the violence in North Africa. Its booming tourist industry has allowed democracy to flourish since the Arab Spring. And though many other Muslim countries have a long way to go for women's rights, some are making strides towards equality. In Morocco, thousands filled the streets to promote women's rights on International Women's Day. In Afghanistan, a record 4 million girls are now in school. And in Saudi Arabia, women are expected to vote for the first time in the upcoming elections. So which Muslim countries are leading the way? Countries in Eastern Europe like Albania, Kosovo, Bosnia-Herzegovina, they rank the highest on the Pew survey. And according to some reports, Tunisia, Turkey, and Indonesia are not far behind them. Around the world, women are slowly gaining more rights. A report by the United Nations last year confirmed that internationally, women are enjoying more political presence as well as access to higher-ranking jobs. To hear the story of one girl who is challenging the norms in her home country of Morocco, check out this awesome story from AJ+. And thank you for watching TestTube. Please subscribe.
Sharia law. We've been hearing about this all over the place lately. It's a tentpole of the Taliban, and it's what ISIS wants for Iraq and Syria. It's also used in the legal systems of the United Arab Emirates. But obviously, those are very different groups and situations. So what is Sharia law? Well, there's no set list of things that are or are not Sharia law. In Arabic, Sharia is roughly translated to path to the watering hole, and it refers to a system meant to control aspects of its followers' lives. That includes daily routines, familial and religious obligations, and financial dealings. It prescribes punishments, but those punishments don't necessarily have to be draconian or harsh. If the particular sect of Islam that wrote those Sharia laws is more focused on loose interpretations of the Quran, then they wouldn't include things like stoning or amputation. In the vast majority of Muslim communities, an eye for an eye is seen as an analogy, not as a literal instruction. But extremist groups like ISIS and the Taliban have a more literal interpretation of the Quran and other teachings, so their version of Sharia law includes things like stoning and the oppression of women. Like with all laws, it comes down to who is making the law and how they're enforcing it. When we talk about militant jihadists, it's important to include their desire for Sharia law in the conversation because the goal of establishing Sharia law reveals a lot about these groups. The teaching that these extremists use are from the 7th and 8th centuries, which is a time when institutionalized slavery, honor killings, and the general oppression of women were the norm. So if a group is taking these teachings literally, then we can expect to see a lot of human rights violations. Plus, we know the group wants a legal system with absolutely no separation of church and state. Not only does that give an undue amount of power to the people in charge, it also creates natural incentives by which they can restrict freedom of religion, freedom of speech, and freedom of assembly. If you want to hear more about another group that's pushing for Sharia law, go check out our video on Boko Haram in Nigeria. Well, first off, their real name is not Boko Haram. That's just what the local people call them. Roughly, it means Western Education Forbidden, but the actual group's name is the Congregation of the People of Tradition for Proselytism and Jihad. And remember, we put up 5 new videos every single week, so subscribe here for more Test Tube.
Let's bring in our panel now while we work on that. I want to bring in Sam Harris, the author of Islam and the Future of Tolerance, and also Dino Vidala, columnist for The Daily Beast. Thank you guys for jumping in a little bit early here. If we get Armstrong Williams back, we'll bring him in as well. So, Dean, Armstrong Williams, Dr. Carson's friend and business manager, doubling down on Dr. Carson's Muslim comments. What is your reaction to that?
I think on some level, Armstrong Williams just denounced Ben Carson's comments on some level by saying, of course you could have a Muslim candidate. What Ben Carson said, though, is part of the meme we've heard from the right over and over, that being Muslim somehow makes you less American and you have less rights. That somehow, since I'm a Muslim, I'm a threat to this country. I'm an enemy to this country. I want to oppose Islamic law and take over the country. You know, these are things we hear over and over, and we're doing our best to fight against these ideas, to make it clear to our fellow Americans that I don't want to impose Islamic law. My Muslim friends don't want to impose Islamic law, yet somehow we keep hearing this over and over. And it's a fight. You know, it's a fight. I'm trying to reach out to my fellow Americans and win the hearts and minds, and it's a struggle.
Yeah. So, Sam, do you view Dr. Carson's comments as bigoted at all?
Well, I do. I think we have to distinguish between how we treat ideas and how we treat people. And what you hear in Dr. Carson's remarks is a kind of Christian demagoguery coming into the conversation. Frankly, he's not a very thoughtful person. I mean, here's a surgeon who doesn't believe in evolution. I mean, if ever you needed proof that you could be a surgeon without being a scientist, you have it in the person of Dr. Carson. So I don't expect him to have thought deeply about how Islam may be, as a set of doctrines and ideas, may be incompatible with the Constitution or any other set of ideas. But he is a Bible thumper of sorts who I think rightly fears the demagoguery of his antithesis in the Muslim world, but that doesn't mean, so for instance, I am a very vocal critic of Islam as a set of doctrines and ideas, and Dean, your other guest, has called me a bigot in the past, I think quite unfairly.
I think on Twitter, not in your face, but I will tonight if you like that.
Well, okay,
no problem doing that.
It's even more courageous to do it on Twitter, but let me just spell out, lest he seem to obfuscate the issue here, is that I think there are thousands, no doubt thousands of Muslim Americans who could be great presidents and far better presidents than Ben Carson or Donald Trump. That is not, and there's nothing about criticizing Islam as a set of ideas or worrying about Sharia law that denies that fact. And what's very unhelpful here is in all the other cases where people like Dean and other Muslim apologists find bigotry and racism or pretend to find it where it doesn't exist.
Before I let Dean, before you respond, I want
to
ask Sam this. Sam, do you think that Islam is inconsistent with the U.S. Constitution? As someone who studies this?
Well, it depends what you mean by Islam. Islam is a vast set of commitments and ideas, and there are 1.6 billion Muslims on earth who hold to those ideas in varying degrees. Some nominally, and some are right next door to, or even right of Mullah Omar. The crucial case of extremism now is ISIS, or the Islamic State. Now, if you're going to talk about Sharia law, if you're going to talk about the law that mandates the cutting off of hands of thieves or throwing gays from rooftops,
is that in the Quran, Sam? Sam, is that in the Quran? Throwing gays from
the death?
Sam, is that in the Quran?
It's in the Hadith.
It's not in the Quran. You know it's not in the Quran, Sam. And not all Muslims follow Hadith. You know that. I've had a gay imam, openly gay imam.
Dean, let him finish. Sam, finish your thought, and then Dean, you can respond.
Dean, you're going to get a chance to talk. Thanks. But it's this kind of obscurantism that you hear piping up from Dean now, which gives some kernel of truth to the fears expressed by people like, again, genuine bigots like Ben Carson, or even worse, like the person who stood up at Trump's rally, who was obviously a lunatic, obviously a bigot, should have been shouted down by Trump. But what's very sinister here is when you have seemingly liberal Muslims play hide the ball with the article of faith and deny at every turn that there's any link between ideas and the kinds of violence we see in the Muslim world.
Go ahead, Dean.
Getting advice from Sam about Islam is like getting advice from Paula Dean about Black Lives Matters. You have to be kidding me.
There you go. He's calling me a bigot
Sam,
on national television.
I didn't call you a bigot. I have
not.
I'm
absolutely not a bigot.
Okay, and I will say this, Sam. I agree with you, and I applaud that you say that what Ben Carson says was bigotry, and what was said at the Trump event was bigotry, and that's great. And we do agree on that. So maybe we can find common ground in certain places.
Dean,
that's where we can.
I just released a book with a Muslim co-author, a person who has paid his dues against bigotry far more than you have, I would imagine. He spent 4 years.
Sam.
He spent 4 years in an Egyptian prison, and yet you are responding to me like a bigot.
We're living in the United States. Sam, we live in the United States of America. I'm concerned about the spike in hate crimes versus Muslims. I'm concerned that 3 Muslim students were killed in the University of North Carolina.
I'm concerned too.
Okay, stand by, gentlemen, stand by. We'll get to the spike and your concern, but you guys will come back. Hold on, Dean Obeidallah. Okay, gentlemen, let's pick up our conversation. First up, I want to read this poll. This is a recent Gallup poll. 38% of Americans, it says, that say that they would not support a Muslim candidate for president. So Dr. Ben Carson is not alone. So why do you think that is? First, you, Dean.
I think, honestly, there's a lot of components. One is only about 25% of Americans have a Muslim friend, and if you don't have one, I offer to be your Muslim friend. But in reality, that plays a role, because if all you see are negative images on the media of ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Al-Shabaab, these horrible groups committing horrible acts in the name of Islam, coupled by some of the people on the right ginning up the fear, you're not going to feel warmly about Muslims. If I didn't know a Muslim, if I wasn't Muslim, and all I saw was that, I would not like Muslims either. And I think that's part of the problem. We have to get out there as much as possible. Armstrong Williams said, we don't denounce terrorism. We do, left and right. We need to get in the media more, and that's up to the gatekeepers to let us on, because I can assure you, Don, I write articles for CNN and Daily Beast denouncing, and so do numerous other Muslims, and we beg to come on TV. But what gets ratings on TV is sensationalism, not earnest Muslims saying terrorism is horrible, it doesn't represent our faith.
Sam?
That's part of it.
Sam?
Yeah, well, I think one thing to point out is that Ben Carson would have said the same thing about atheists. He would have said an atheist shouldn't be president. And in fact, if you look at the polls, Americans are more reluctant to vote for an atheist than for a Muslim by a factor of probably 20%. In fact, atheism is the only identity that that would prevent your election as a qualified member of your own party when people of your own party are polled. So, we can play this victim card. We can worry about political bigotry. It's a real problem. But it is visited upon atheists. It's visited upon other minorities. And what gets lost here, and what Dean, frankly, has really been a scandalous purveyor of.
Scandalous purveyor?
The efforts. Let me finish my sentence, Dean.
I'm excited.
I'll tell you what the problem is, and then you can defend yourself.
Please, thank you.
What you see here is an effort to paint Islam, the doctrine, as identical to every other religion on earth. There's no special problem with Islam as a political reality, Islamism, jihadism. There's no connection between the doctrine and the kind of terrorism and human rights abuses we see worldwide. And that is a lie. And it's a lie, and everyone knows it, whether you're a bigot or a reasonable person. It is a lie that is in plain view, and it has to be debunked by Muslims like Dean. And that's the crucial problem here. People like Dean need to be candid about the link between belief and behavior, and they need to be willing to reform the faith. And instead of being willing to do that, they call people like me bigots. And that is a huge problem for this conversation. It's decidedly unhelpful, and it's driving it's driving the poles apart. And I think we're going to wake up in a world that looks more like Western Europe at this point, where you have fascists calling the shots on both sides.
So my question is, Dean, I've heard people in the Muslim faith say the same thing, that there is and you and I have spoken about this. We spoke about it on your radio show this weekend.
Saturday,
that there are people who are in the Muslim faith who have said this basically the same thing that Sam is saying, but yet and still don't get called bigoted or are somehow listened to, but he is not.
The messenger matters, Don. That's the truth. We know that. Sam knows that.
It doesn't matter. My co-author on this book was called a talking monkey by your friend.
So don't interrupt you. Now you interrupt me. Sam, you've called for religious and racial profiling of Muslims. A third of Muslims in a country.
I have not.
You've wrote it in your blog. I can read it out loud if you want.
Well, if you made an effort to understand my views, you would have a different story. We can talk about profiling, but you have not summarized my views accurately.
Let's continue on, though, and talk in the political realm. Dean, go ahead and answer my question, please.
Well, the question is, ISIS and Al-Qaeda are killing Muslims more than anybody. Do you not think we want ISIS and Al-Qaeda to be stopped? We very much want that to be done. We're having discussions internally in our community. We want to do more. I don't know how I'm going to reach someone in Pakistan, frankly, or Afghanistan.
So how do we fix this issue in the U.S. where you have a presidential candidate saying that a Muslim should not be president? You have 38% of the population saying the same thing. So
I think it takes time. The same way anti-Semitism in America in the 1930s and 40s was mainstream. The same way racism against African Americans was mainstream.
Right.
The same way anti-Catholicism in 1960. John Kennedy gave a famous speech, and maybe it takes some of us, and I have no problem giving that speech, that John Kennedy addressed it head on. That he believes in absolute war between church and state.
It's not just incumbent upon Muslims to do it. We all have to do it. I appreciate both of you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining me this evening.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Thanks, Don.
Well, Carson's remarks, a calculated political move. Up next, our
ShireDude.com.
Promoting the ideas of true freedom and liberty, nonpartisan liberty for all radio with Dave Bourne.